cannot say what's wrong or right.
No.
It's not hard to fool me.
No.
'Cause I'm addicted to the good life.
Yes.
Yeah. Lead the way, I follow. No need to say.
No.
Where we are heading now, babe, I follow to the edge of it all. To the edge of it all. So tell your good lies, 'cause I'll find a better one. Yeah. Susceptible now, before the moment flies. Ooh. So tell your good lies, 'cause I'll find a better one. Ooh. Susceptible now, before the moment flies. It's not a problem,
No.
'cause I know what I'm getting into.
Yes.
Yeah, and nothing can stop me,
No.
'cause I'm addicted to what you and I realize. Lead the way, I follow. No need to say where we are heading now, babe. I follow to the edge of it all. So tell your good lies, 'cause I'll find a better one. Yeah. Susceptible now, before the moment flies. Before it flies. So tell your good lies, 'cause I'll find a better one. Susceptible now, before the moment flies. Yeah.
I know I'm late. I know that I'm late. Thank you guys for being patient with your boy. I had to grab a cord real quick. Shout out to all you guys that are here. I had to grab a cord real quick. We have such a serious topic tonight. I didn't want anything to go wrong. Shout out to all you guys that are here. Yes, sir. Now let's get some music going. That was a fast intro. In the Bible, Genesis, like chapter 13, chapter 14, Abraham is having a conversation with God. Personal thoughts. God tells Abraham, hey, you know what? I know you're 99 and I know your wife Sarah is 96. But just like the first woman that I blessed, Eve, I gave her life from. Well, Abraham, I'm going to use your wife. And at 96, she's going to give life through. A man's intimate thoughts. Abraham's happy. No personal thoughts with God. Most people wouldn't understand it. He's 99 years old. So he kept his thoughts to himself. But while he was praying, Eve was listening. The first woman was cursed through talking, telling her man something. The second woman Sarah, Abraham's wife, through listening and not understanding what was going on in her husband's heart. And when she heard what God was telling to her husband, Abraham, you know what she did with that man's private thoughts? She laughed at him. The Bible says she laughed. And even when Sarah started a couple days later to have her own prayers with God, and God started revealing things to her, and she's like, how can it happen to me? And God told her, yeah, I know how can it happen to you, because I saw you laughing at your husband's inner thoughts. Fast forward to today. Men still find it hard to share our inner thoughts, our emotions, the good things and many of the bad things that kind of torment us as men throughout life. We still feel like Abraham. If we share it with our woman, she's going to laugh at us. So a lot of times we keep it in. We keep those thoughts and those feelings in, and they build up and they build up and they build up. And all of a sudden they come out in a mass explosion all over everyone. So it was when we look at the three individuals that we're going to look at today, three men of color. We want to talk about why they became such emotional men. We're going to talk about the problem with being an ultra emotional man. We're going to talk about where they got those extra emotions from. And then we're going to end it with the benefits of how to overcome some of those emotional flare-ups through travel. I can personally tell you myself, travel has changed my life, including how I move with my emotions. So we're going to look at these particular gentlemen, three gentlemen, one Shreveport, Louisiana, over the past couple of days, another man in Texas, and how he deleted one of my closest friends almost 16, 13 years ago. And another man deleted his girlfriend and his child mother just a few years back on Facebook Live. We're going to look at the problem with ultra emotional men and how you can overcome it. Shout out to all you guys that are here. Shout out to all you guys that are here. Appreciate every one of you gentlemen that have showed up to this particular live stream. This is a very, very important show. This episode is not a game. It is not about my opinion. It's about facts and stats. It has never throughout human history been a good thing for men to be ultra emotional. Do we have emotions? Yes, we do. Is it wise for men to be ultra emotional? No, it isn't. Where do we learn that from? And how do we overcome it? Those are the questions that we're going to be answering today on this show. But before we do it, let's give some shout outs to the brothers. First shout out we're going to be going to my brother David Dice of the Dice family. He said, I'm trying to be like Ray, singing MJ, switching lanes, obeying the speed limit in South America. Yes, sir. AKA, that's how you live. I'm glad that you mentioned MJ. We just got our tickets to go see the Michael Jackson movie in IMAX. We're going to be enjoying that over the next couple of days. And we just got our Michael Jackson t-shirts today. We actually drove out of town to get our Michael Jackson t-shirts. It was the only place that was actually selling the type that we were looking for. And so we're excited that we've got our t-shirts and we're going to be enjoying the movie. Shout out. And plus, with him being Colombian, as you well know, the actor being half Colombian, all the movie theaters here in Colombia, the tickets are going fast. Let's get ready with the shout outs as well. Shout out to my brother David once again. And let's go to the top where numero uno is waiting. David is number one. Shout out to you once again, Dave. Salute to you, brother. Glad to see that you're here. Let's scroll down a little further. Ahmad being here. Appreciate you, Mr. Milner, being in the building. Glad that you're here. Salute. And my brother Kenny Peoples representing. Good evening, Dre. He said, don't forget to check your email about the Panama banquet. Okay, I'll check that out. Not banquet, bouquet. I will check that out. Yes, sir. Kenny said this should be a serious topic. It actually is. He said by men's mental health and by way of traveling for peace. There is scientific data that proves that traveling does improve your mental health. And it's not just about being happy. There are surveys and studies that have been done just preparing yourself, just the preparation for a vacation causes a lot of individuals to be happier. Just the preparation. So yeah, we're gonna have a good time tonight. Shout to my brother Simple Logic, because that's what we'll be speaking tonight. Simple Logic. Shout out to them VA guys. Shout out to them VA guys. And also them 313 brothers like my brother Nate.
You better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
Don't play with us. We from Detroit, Michigan. You know what we are. You know how we act in public. Shout out to my brother Nate. Shout out to my man Slick with it. Slick get it. Gets it. Yes, sir, Slick. Glad to see that you're here, brother. Glad to see that you're here. Appreciate you every time you come through. Salute to my brother and my fellow brother in Medellin. Hope you made it with a safe flight and it didn't get canceled or delayed. So I hope that you made it back to Medellin, my brother T-Mac. Ronin Travelers, man, I was just thinking about you. I say, did I send a link to Ronin? Ooh. Well, let me make sure I send a link to Ronin. Shout out to Ronin being here. Good morning to all you guys out there in Southeast Asia. Appreciate you, gentlemen, being here for this particular live stream. We got a great, very important episode that we're looking at. Absolutely correct. Great show. Salute. He says, Dre, brother, he said, very important topic tonight. He said, I hope brothers listen up. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. I hope brothers are listening up tonight. He said, Dre, he said, Pistons should win. Man, they better win tonight, man. That was just embarrassing the other day. You at home, game one, and you lose by over 10 points. I believe, you know what? Sometimes when you win 60 plus games in a season, you need to be humbled to get you back on track. And I think that game with Orlando humbled us to get us back on track. Shout out to Bobby Coltrane, other Coltrane family. Shout out to you being here, brother. Appreciate you being here. Let me scroll down a little further, give shout outs to all you other brothers that are here. Mom Spaghetti. Hey, it was great chopping it up with you today, brother. Mom Spaghettios. Great chopping it up with you, man. Keep on being blessed. Keep on going towards your goals, man, and you're going to get them. And I'll be here to celebrate them with you, dancing in the streets. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to another Detroiter. What, in the building?
You better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
You know where we're from. You know how we act in public. You know how we act in public. Shout out to Poor Man being in the building. Glad that you're here. Appreciate you being here, brother Cliff. This is a great topic. Shout out to Jay Anderson, the great that is. Salute to you and the brothers. Glad to see that you're here. Hope all is well. Salute, Andre, and Love Crossing Borders. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And my man in the building, William H. himself. Glad to see that you're here, Will. He said, hello. He said, Dre, hella clean this evening. Hey, this is a serious topic. I had to be serious with this go round. I had to be Kevin Samuel serious on this topic because this topic really impacts us, man. We've been doing this type of episode twice a year, every year since we've started. We've done men's mental health motivation videos. I don't care about the party side of us. We're going to do that. There's enough content out there about that. But a lot of us travel still are dealing with men's mental health issues. So at least twice a year, we touch on this topic in different ways. So shout out to you being here, Will. And all you guys, man, this is a really serious topic. Shout out to 1J representing. He said, I've seen many black men verka. I don't know what that is. Men versa? Men Visper? I don't know. Am I pronouncing it wrong? I gotta be pronouncing it wrong. Shout out to Zeta being in the building. Appreciate you, Mr. Zeta, being here yourself. Salute to you as well, sir. Salute to you as well. And shout out to my man No Limits in the building. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Popcorn in hand. He's ready. Shout out to you, brother. Oh, speaking of popcorn in hand, gentlemen, great news. Let me stop the music for a split second. Let me turn it down, by the way. Great news. They did find me and T-Mac were kind of like touching base on this earlier. They did find the missing FBI agent that was missing for a couple of days in Medellin. So praise the Lord that they were able to find him. He's fine. I don't know the details of everything yet. Maybe T-Mac knows a little bit more than I do right now. But once I get the details of what happened, I'll let you guys know. But I do know one thing. Fortunately, this turned out, in a rare scenario, it turned out good. However, he still was stupid for going on Tinder. I'm not going to take that back. Anytime you're hanging out on Tinder and you don't know what you're doing, or you're on Bumble or any of those apps and you don't know what you're doing, I'm going to still laugh at you, even if you turn up safe. So shout out to him for turning up safe. Yes, sir. Glad that all that worked out for him. But goodness gracious, dude. We do not need scare moments to take place to get you guys on track. Shout out to my brother Montrez Montgomery being in the building. Shout out to you, brother. Salute. Yes, sir. Shout out to you being here. Let's continue on. He say, packing to catch my flight back home tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow afternoon. Okay, cool, T-Mac. Thanks for letting me know. He said, I'm missing Medellin big time. Despite all of the news, it's still my home. Absolutely correct. And that's how a lot of people feel. Shout out to my boy Passport Salvation in the building. In the building. Glad to see that you're here, brother. Glad to see that you're here. And my brother once says this. He said, I've seen many brothers crash out because they can't keep their emotions in check. Absolutely correct. There are dudes that are in jail, hell, and still need some bail because of their emotions. There are dudes that walked away from good jobs and good women. There are dudes that have sat back and not listening to mentorship and never made it to the level of life that they could have because they got too emotional with their mentor. But fortunately, that doesn't gel with us. We're not those emotional dudes, but there are many dudes out there like that. You guys are absolutely correct. Let me scroll down a little further. I think I got Bobby Coltrane of the Coltrane family. Salute to you. Bobby says this. He said, mental health is really serious, especially in the United States. I worked most of my medical career in mental health of some sort. It's a lot of brothers, and that's what a lot of people don't want to accept. And that's why I do this episode twice a year, because a lot of brothers don't want to accept that there's a lot of brothers. I'll say that again, just like my brother just said. Bobby says there's a lot of brothers, and a lot of brothers don't want to accept there's a lot of brothers going through mental health issues until something dramatic happens. And then we start to look around like, what happened? Black men aren't supposed to go through mental health issues, according to black women. See, we don't say that about ourselves. Only black women try to pretend like we as men don't have things that get to us in life. There's a lot of brothers who really need help that won't get it. That's the sad part. That's the sad part. That's so true. Shout out to Black Muslim being in the building, my brother, my mentor, my friend. Shout out to you and salute to you, brother. Glad to see you're here. Also, he said the flight is mañana, tomorrow. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to Twan in the building. Salute to you, brother. Glad to see that you're here as well. Glad to see that you're here. Zeta says this. He says, He said, "Oh, guys, when you get a chance, to make sure that you pray for Afro Maya or Afro Mahita. Oh, Afro Wahida. Oh, Maya. Her mother is in bad condition. She has cancer. She made a video. Apparently, it's only a matter of time." Yeah, I'm gonna have to keep her in prayer. Keep Maya in prayer. That's our girl, man. Thank you for letting me know, bro. Let me write that down. Keep her in my prayer tonight. Because we keep us all in prayers, man. I really do. If you guys think that we don't pray for you, like seriously, on our knees before the throne of God and pray for each and every one of us, we do, man. It's not a braggadocious thing. It's to let you know that there's a brother that loves you guys enough to keep you guys in prayer. One guy called me Passport Pastor. He said, "Hey, this is the Passport Pastor." I'll take that moniker. I like that. Either way, we keep you guys in prayer, man. We really do. Just like I was so excited. I think I got up about 4 o'clock in the morning, man. And I prayed for that federal officer that was missing. And I prayed for his family as well. And then to hear a few hours later, after I wake up at 7 o'clock, that he was found, that's the power of prayer, man, for us all. Yeah, definitely send her. I'm gonna go to her messages, her comments, and let her know that we have her and her mom in our prayer. Absolutely correct, because they're getting older, our family members. Salute to El Patron in the building. Salute to you as well, brother. Salute to you as well. Salute to the chat family. He say, "Let's get it." Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Our brother Montgomery says this, that mental health is very real, especially in the Black community. He say, I was expecting that you will do a show on this. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Absolutely. And you guys will see tonight why I'm doing a show on this so often every year, at least twice a year. Let me scroll down. My brother Bean in the building. Shout out to you, Bean. Glad to see you here for this one. We got 42 people in the building. Make sure that you guys click that like button. We like you. Make sure that you like us too. Nate says this. He said, you know that when I check out your show, it do help me out on a mental level. So stay grown man focused. I will, Andrea will, because we know that you guys will. Kid you not. And especially since we got LJV, Southern Vegan, along with our brother Jamon. We're doing something right. We are doing something right on this channel. Our brother No Limit said this. He said, my emotions want me to leave America now. But my logic tells me to invest $100K before permanent relocation. Absolutely correct. You're doing it just right, brother. Taking your time, being patient. That is the key. You're doing exactly how it should be done. Shout out to all you guys being here. Let me get ready to get started with this particular live stream. Let's change the music, in other words, because this is a very important topic for us all. There we go. Now, many of us have already heard about what happened in Shreveport, Louisiana. Yeah, I did hear. He said, "Did I hear you right? That they found?" Yes, they did. They found him, and he's healthy and no issues at all. I don't know all the details of the FBI agent, but I know that he's been found, and a couple of YouTubers have talked about it so far, and a couple of people on Instagram have talked about it. So I haven't had time today to find out all the details, but I will. You know me, I'll get the receipts. But I'm glad that he's doing a lot better, and that he was found. And speaking of being found, definitely, guys, tonight's topic is all about finding your peace of mind through travel. A lot of times, like I just said, they've already done surveys and found out that men and women become mentally healthier just by way of the journey of preparing, like T-Mac is doing tonight, packing for a trip, preparing the preparation part the enjoyment of preparing yourself to go to another place, that is mentally therapeutic just as much as the trip is. I didn't know that. Just as much as the trip is. So we're going to talk about the therapy of, or the benefits of therapy that come through travel. We're going to get to that. But before we do, we're going to get started with 3 stories. 3 stories of men of color, Black men. Each one ended in a traumatic, terrible situations with more than one member of their family members or friends being deleted before they themselves were either deleted or sentenced to be deleted. My brother says this, numero dos. Zeta says this. And shout out to you guys for supporting by way of PayPal, Cash App, Super Chat, and PayPal, Cash App, and Super Chats. He say, high school female just offed herself, wow, at Valley Forge High School in Perma, Ohio. No other student was hit, just her mental health is in crisis. And it seems to be that right now in the States, that pressure is, think about it, you have a country full of people with artillery, and it's not just for protection. I'll say this again. We don't just use artillery to protect ourselves. We also use artillery in the United States to escape. We think that we are escaping. We think that if we get past or get over this, we've escaped going through this again tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon or in the future. I'm here to tell you guys, I know what it's like to go through mental anxiety. I know what it's like to go through, think about it, I was incarcerated for 10 years. I know what it's like to be in the hole, in the prison, inside the prison. I know what it's like when you are face down on hot concrete. The newspapers are out there full of vans. FBI, ATF, DEA are out there with vans. And the helicopters are circling. I know what it's like to go through all that. I know what it's like to feel like life is over. You've thrown your life away. It'll never get better. You've messed up. What were you thinking? I know what it's like. I know what it's like to have your life at a point in time when you are in a relationship and you think that it's going to last forever, but it doesn't. And even though I was the one that initiated the divorce, that doesn't mean that I don't go through the pain of divorce. I was just as hurt as she was. I know what it's like to go through those pains. I know what it's like to tell somebody that I would rather travel than be with you, even though you may have been in a relationship with that person prior to travel. And I know what it's like to see women cry. And I mean cry because I caused them to cry when I didn't really mean it. I know what it's like. At the end of the day, men have issues that we deal with just as much as women. But here's the problem, just like Chris Rock said, and we're going to hear this again tonight. When it comes to respect and appreciation, only women, children, I put old people, and dogs are respected and loved unconditionally. One of the most unfair things about being a man, which I love being a man, but here's the kicker, and we're going to have to come to the conclusion with this, gentlemen. Life is unfair for men. It's unfair for boys, male adolescents, when we're going through our teen years, early adulthood, our mature years as a man, our elder years. Life never gets to a point where it's going to be fair. So if you're thinking about that you're going to escape, you're not going to escape. Life is not fair for men, but you're built for it. Like Kevin Samuels once said, Pressure is made for shoulders. In other words, for men, you're born for this, not for hips. Kids aren't made for pressure. Women claim that they are, but they aren't. Women are made for the pressure of motherhood instinctively. That's why they can do motherhood so well and they brag about it. But those are instincts. Men are made, our shoulders are made to take on her pressure, the pressure of the children, the pressure of the dogs, and our aging parents. Might not be fair, but it's called manhood. We got to deal with the pressure of governments, foreign governments and our own governments, local governments and federal governments. We got to deal with that pressure. And it's not fair. We got to deal with jobs that we enjoy and jobs we can't stand because we've got responsibilities. But you were built for that pressure. No matter what pressure that you are up under as a man today, I want you guys to realize, from my example and the example of others, that what you are going through today is only a season in time. I promise you, I'm not saying anything that your pastor ain't already said. This is just a season. How you think I make it through? Anything that happens bad to me, I realize, okay, this is just a season. It's not the rest of my life. It's not going to last 30, 40 years. This is just a season. I got my good health. Even if I had raggedy health, I'm like, okay, this is just a season. If I'm going to make it through, I will. If I don't, hey, I don't have to worry about it. No more seasons. But at the end of the day, do realize whatever you're going through right now is just a season. Like my brother said, I am ready to leave the United States. But right now, his season is to stay and invest, like a lot of you guys. A lot of you guys have your children that you're raising right now. You say, you know what? I won't be able to leave the United States for another 10 years. So be it. But between that time, you still get a chance to travel to other countries and see which one you really want to move to in 10 years when the kids grow up. This is what you're going through as a dad, is just the season. Some of us were incarcerated 3 years, 1 year, 10 years. It was a season. It was such a season, gentlemen, that if I hadn't have told you that I was incarcerated, most of you would have never guessed it, would you? You were like, wait a minute, he's lying. He doesn't carry himself like a man that was incarcerated. His dialect, his intellect, his behavior patterns is not that of a man that was incarcerated for 10 years. In his energy, he doesn't come across as a bitter man, angry at life, angry at the government. If I wouldn't have told you that, you wouldn't have known. In other words, that was just a season I was going through. And so it is with you. You are just going through a season of time. Sometimes those seasons are 2 years. Sometimes those seasons are 2 days. Sometimes those seasons are just 2 hours. But at the end of the day, guys, whatever you're going through, I want you guys to realize this before we go to the comment section. You are built for this. It is not happenstance that you are going through this to make your character stronger. You are built for this. That's the beauty of manhood. While you think you can't take it and you can't make it, you are built to make it. You may cry, sigh, be sad during that season, but I am here to tell you, you are going to make it out. And I'm not talking about like in church prophetically, you're going to make it out, my brother. I'm not saying like that. I'm saying you are built to make it out. I know so many dudes that made their lives better after they had problematic seasons. So it is with our emotions. A lot of us do not get our emotions, before we go to the topic, our emotions under control until later in life. I'm going to say this again. Some of us, like me and other guys, because I was raised by an emotional single mother. Some of you were raised by an emotional father who was raised by a single mother. And it trickled down to you. And you wonder why sometimes things just make you snap. Or sometimes you just reclusive. You learned it from your mama. Or you learned it from your dad who learned it from his mama. We don't learn to be emotional from our fathers directly. Somehow, some way, somebody taught somebody down the line of the family how to be ultra emotional, not regular emotional, happiness, sadness. I'm talking about when your emotions just spew over. Can't nobody tell you nothing. Can't nobody correct you. Can't nobody direct you. Can't nobody help you. Can't nobody support you. You think you know everything. It's the same thing that happens when guys come to Colombia and go to Medellin. The number one reason why many guys do not listen to our advice, and I don't just talk about me, I mean any of you guys that give proper advice on staying off those dating apps, one of the reasons is because can't nobody tell them nothing. Why? Because 80% of us were raised by a single mother, and our mama could nobody tell nothing to our mama, and guess who we learned that from? And we end up getting drugged 20 years later in Medellin because we picked up our mother's patterns. I ain't gonna lie to you. It took me to get out of my mother's emotional patterns, being an ultra emotional man. It took me right around between, I was in my 40s. I think right around between 41 to 47, that's when I started to realize, wait a minute, this is not how I'm supposed to be. That's how Dorothy was, my mama. That's Dorothy Lee behavior. And I kept noticing that whenever I was ultra emotional, it wasn't Andre expressing himself. It was Andre expressing Dorothy Lee. I cursed like her. I fussed like her. I got in fights like her. I was getting mad like her. You couldn't tell me nothing like her. And some of us men don't want to admit, you just like your mama. You might look like your daddy, but you act like your mama. I'm gonna say that one again. Some of us men do not want to admit that until you get to that point of admitting this, you will always be ultra emotional, even into your 60s. You be that old man, can't nobody tell nothing to. You get mad about everything. You're ultra emotional about it. You can't tell me nothing, young boy. I'm 69 years old. I know what I'm doing. Can't nobody tell you nothing. You know why? Because even at 69 years old, you still act like your mama, even though you look just like your daddy. So let's get ready to get started with the video. And shout out to all you guys that are here. But I want to lay a foundation for us men. You guys are amazing to be sent to the point. I'm gonna tell you this. Me and Andre were talking the other day, and I was like, there is no way in the world I could be born. If God had sent me here as a woman, I would have been very disappointed. As a man, I ain't got to deal with no monthly periods. I ain't got to deal with no emotional mood swings. I don't have to worry about somebody backbiting me like women do each other. They'll talk in each other's face and then talk behind each other back. Men, we gonna put it in a joke form. Hey, I heard you and LaWanda broke up. Yeah, dog. I told you shouldn't have been cheating. You slow. You see how men do it? Men could just put it in a joke because we know, hey, I got caught cheating one time too, bro. So I know how it is. Men don't trip on it. Men don't hate each other for aging. Women hate each other for aging. Older women don't like younger women. Men, we look at the young dudes like, hey, life gonna get better when you get older, young man. Just be patient. You're gonna be all right. I know it hurts today, but your best years are yet to come. That's how men talk to men. Ain't no jealousy. That's why I love being a man. I'm built for all this. I'm built for all the pressures. I'm built for, many of you guys don't realize you are even built for all your mistakes. Every mistake that you've made, you still overcame it. Every time when you thought that you had it down packed and it didn't work out, the business venture you had to start 3 or 4 times, the weight loss that you just did, it took you 3, 4, 5 years to lose that weight. The time period when you say, I'm gonna travel, but my money ain't right. I'm gonna travel, but my money ain't right. And finally, 4 years later, You in Thailand having a great time. You are built for your mistakes, for mayhem, when things go crazy, when everybody else is running around crying, losing their mind. You as a man are created for stoicism. You take it like, okay, let me be stoic. Everybody else crying and running around. What's going on? What happened? So-and-so just died. I can't believe they just died. And you as a man, you like, oh man. So everybody want to come to you for hugs. You know why? Because you built for mayhem. When the world is going crazy, as a man, you built to sit back and be analytical and not emotional with it. And woe unto the man that is ultra emotional. And that's what we're going to talk about tonight. Woe unto these men who allow their mother's method of using emotions to dictate their emotions. I mentioned to you guys a few weeks ago before we go into the video, do realize us who are born Generation X, we are the first generation of men that were raised with a mass of single mothers. Prior to us, 1966, 1965, 1967s, 1972s, 1971s, prior to us, 1977s, you had the father and the mother balancing the household at an 80% clip. We were the first generations with mass baby mamas. Now, in my case, my father died when I was 1. My mom was pregnant with my sister when my father died. He was deleted by his mistress, by the way. He was a butcher, and he went to her house to beat on her. True story. My guys who haven't heard my story about my dad, when I was 1 year old, he was married to my mom. They had just gotten married. He had all these women because, you know, he had the looks and the charm, the charisma and all that. And he went to one of his mistress's house to tell her, it's over. I'm staying with my wife. I don't want to be with you anymore. They get into an argument. True story. He's a butcher in Detroit, Eastern Market, downtown. They get into an argument. They start fighting. She makes it to the kitchen. Guess what she kills the butcher knife with? A butcher knife to the temple. So my dad, as a butcher, got what butchers get: a butcher knife to the temple. Right? So I was raised under the same single mother umbrella as many guys that didn't have their dads around at all. I was no better just because my mom and dad got married a few months prior to his demise. We were the first generation, in other words, of men that were raised to be ultra emotional. You think that these young boys and these YNs running around now were ultra emotional. Where did they get it from? They got it from their mothers. Who were the mothers of their mothers? Our mothers. Our mothers were the mothers of us and the mothers of these YNs and these ratchet young ladies that's running around the community right now. But it started with our generation. Gen Xers are the first ones, the latchkey kids, the first ones raised with mom and mom alone. Few boyfriends and stepdads here and there. But for the most part, we picked up most of our emotions from our mothers, even though we look like our daddies. Absolutely correct. And in many cases, Papa was a Rolling Stone, and wherever he laid his hat was his home. And when he died, all he left us was alone. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Let's get started with the video, gentlemen. Like I said, we're going to start off looking at 3 brothers from different walks of life. And sadly, these situations are parallel to men being raised by emotional women. And I'm not blaming the mothers in these cases. Do not think I'm blaming the mothers, but it's not coincidental. And you're going to hear from other people talk about this for real. You're going to hear other people talk about this for real in regards to that an individual can be raised by an emotional mother. Let's get ready to get started, gentlemen.
Was the father of all but one of the victims, which is a fact that makes this tragedy even more hard to understand. So what else are you hearing about the suspect this morning?
That's a question a lot of people are asking, Madison. You try to put your mind there and understand what it could be that would have a father pursuing and killing his own children. I had a conversation with the neighbors directly across the street from this house, and this is where all 8 children were killed. And he said he had seen this man just the day before, waved at him. He was out front. All the kids were playing out front. There was nothing to indicate like anything like this would happen. And just a couple of weeks ago, the shooter had also posted a picture on social media with all of his kids, said that he was with them all. It was a blessed day. So as we all try to look for something that would indicate that there might be something like this could happen, that's not popping up. I'm sure over the next 24 hours or so, we'll learn more about what was happening and what may have prompted this, but that's something that investigators are still going through and trying to uncover right now too.
Yeah.
And before they go any further, this is absolutely correct. Nobody really knows truly the why behind it when men become ultra emotional. In other words, when I say the term ultra emotional, I mean that we just suddenly explode with our emotions. We just spew emotions all over. You know how, okay, here we go. You know how you got some dudes that sit back and they just feel their artillery and they go down to a parade and they delete 25 people? That's ultra emotional too. That's ultra emotional too. So it's not just brothers. Men are going through an epidemic right now of being ultra emotional. Many of us men who are raised by single mothers are expressing that single motherhood all over society. Here's the kicker. Here's the kicker about it. You weren't built to be like that. You were built for stoicism. You were built to be a person that has emotions, but not controlled by them. You were built for stoicism, logic, mental stability, focus. You're in the car driving. Your woman and the kids can be as emotional as they want in the car, yelling, talking, smiling, whatever. Who has to watch the road? You do. You're built for it. No use of you yelling at all the cars that's coming around and so forth. Why? You be yelling all day. You're built for it. Men are built to be rationalists, not emotionalists. I'll say that again. We're born and raised to be rationalists. We're born to look at things in a rational way. We're born to know when to go to battle and when to walk away. Women are not known for pick and choosing their battles, are they? Who do they talk about when they say pick and choose your battles? Women or men? Men. Why? Women will choose all the battles to pick. Why? Emotions. And when men do it, it never works out right. We are good for emotions, happiness, sadness, peace, anxiety sometimes. A little anxiety, there's nothing wrong with that. Anxiousness, worry happens to us all. But when it becomes ultra emotional, In other words, when you respond and react the same way a woman would, and you're a man with this burly body, this Teflon body, and you're emotional like a woman, that's dangerous. It's dangerous when you're a man that's emotional and you know how to break down a gun, clean it, and put it back together immediately. And you're ultra emotional, that's not a good thing. If you're a man that knows how to sharpen a machete better than anybody else, and you're ultra emotional, that's not a good thing. We as men are not wired to be able to handle being ultra emotional. No man is. There's not a man in human history, nowhere in the Bible, the Quran, the holy books that have been written, you will find a man that God has told, or the scriptures have told in any holy book, that it is good for a male to be ultra emotional. One of the most, I told Andre this today, and I mean it before we go back to the video. I say, Andre, if we have a daughter and once she starts dating, I say there's only one man I would not let my daughter date. And I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I don't care. There's one man I wouldn't, if it was up to me, my mother wouldn't have dated. Now my sister is LGBTQ. My female friends, I wouldn't let them date this one man. My coworkers, back in the States, I wouldn't let them. No, you guys mothers, you guys aunties, my aunties, the ladies that go to my church, the ladies that go to your synagogue and mosque, one man, no other man. I don't care who he is, no other man would I say I would not let this particular man date the people I care about, the women that I care about. And I told Andre, I said, I don't care if he's a tall man, short man. I ain't talking about him. Rich man, poor man. I'm not talking about him. White man, black man, Asian, Latin. I don't care nothing about that. The one teenage boy, the one grown man that I will never allow my daughter to date is an ultra emotional man. Ultra emotional men are the most dangerous men in human history. If you are a man that you cannot control your jealousies, all men go through moments of jealousies. You think that you the first, you invented jealousy? You think that dude, do you think that you the first dude that if you see your girl talking to a guy in a grocery store, you looking at like, who the hell is this dude? We all do that. But what you do, you get ultra emotional and you start running over there and embarrassing yourself. How do I know? I've done it plenty of times when I was young. Why? Imitating my mama, Dorothy Lee. Being ultra emotional when it was uncalled for. I remember, I'll never forget I embarrassed myself. I was 17 years old. My girlfriend was 16. We was having some of the greatest times, enjoying teenage years. Her ex-boyfriend was 25. Showed up to the house, her house one day as I was coming out the house. I looked, she's sitting in another dude's car. All of a sudden, did Andre show up? Rational, cool, calm. Oh, it's like that, Andre? No, that ain't show up. Dorothy Lee showed up. I'm cussing at this grown man. I'm 17 years old. I'm cussing at a 25-year-old grown man. I'm cussing her out. I'm out there putting on a show. Why? Because I hadn't been groomed yet by the males that would eventually come into my life not to be ultra emotional. It was nothing wrong with me being hurt or jealous because I didn't know the scenario. And Literally, not even 20 minutes later, she called me. She said, "You embarrassed me so much." She said, "All I was doing was sitting in the car bragging about you. And he has a girlfriend. And he is happy for me finding a good boyfriend. And here you come acting like Dorothy Lee." Now, could I have been jealous or insecure at that moment? Yes. Did I have to be ultra emotional with it? No. Some of you guys, you ain't gonna make it outside the United States. You think if you can't not be ultra emotional with them fat women that's in the States, you live in a country where 80% of women are considered obese or fat. And y'all deleting each other over them chicks? How the hell y'all gonna make it in the Philippines with all them Philippine baddies? If you can't handle your emotions among fat chicks in the United States with them big eyelashes, with the fake baby hairs, with all type of colors in it, if you can't handle them, brother, how you gonna handle it out here in Colombia? Well, it's real beauty. How y'all, wait a minute, how do y'all think y'all gonna make it in Brazil? If you are ultra emotional over fat chicks or hood chicks or egotistical chicks in the United States, how you think you're gonna make it in Thailand? You can forget about the continent of Africa. You definitely ain't gonna make it there. That Ethiopian beauty is so much on a whole nother level. That Egyptian beauty, that South African beauty, that Kenyan beauty, that Mongolian beauty. You can't handle fat chicks in the United States with bonnets on their head and BBLs. Y'all sitting up there deleting big girls, bonnet girls, fake baby hair girls. Y'all sitting up there deleting yourselves on suicide watch for them chicks. How you think you gonna make it with the Venezuelan chicks? You think you gonna make it with Venezuelan chicks? You really think that you're gonna be able to date Venezuelan chicks as fine as them chicks are? Bro, I'm here to tell you now. No, you ain't. No, you ain't. You ain't gonna make it. Some of y'all need to keep your butt in the States until you are emotionally stable. Kevin Samuels was right. Black people need therapy. I went to therapy in my early 40s. I was scared as can be. My therapist, like I told y'all, my therapist looked like Santa Claus. He had a big old gray Santa Claus beard. And we talked about some things, man. And I worked through some things. But ultra emotional men can't tell y'all about therapy because y'all ain't gonna take it. Let's go back. We're looking at the first brother, the first of three brothers we're looking at that were ultra emotional, and the situation turned out extremely bad. Shout out to all 47 of you guys in the building. And here's the funny part. Check this out. You notice there's only 47 brothers in the building. If I was talking about how to get as much Colombian booty, it'd be 147, almost 200 guys in here. If I was having an interview with Anton Daniels or a beautiful Colombiana, it'd be 200 and 210 of y'all in here. But when I tell black men and white men, you are too ultra emotional and you need to stop acting like your mother, even though you look like your father, 47 people. It is what it is. Let's continue on.
And clearly this has impacted not just that local community of Shreveport, but folks across the nation. There was actually a vigil last night for those children. We know another one is set for this Wednesday. So what are you hearing from community members as they try to just cope with this tragedy?
It's really disturbing for a lot of community members, even though this is something that was contained right within one family. This isn't something where it was a mass shooting and there are members of the public who were targeted, but as everybody here, this area was filled with people last night, right? Just wanted to be here, see if they can get some answers find out what was going on. There were people praying, there were people singing, and I talked to the mayor and said, usually you're concerned about those big public mass shootings, what is it about this? And he said it just kind of brings everything home for everybody, right? As we talked about, you put yourself in that situation as a mother or father, somebody who has children, and try to make sense of this, and you just really can't.
A tragedy that hopefully we get answers to in the days to come.
Irby Lee Bowser entered this.
This story is about the deletion of one of my closest friends, Zena Bowser. This is her ex-husband. He deleted her daughter, and tried to delete her 2 sons. After he deleted his current girlfriend at that time period, my best friend Zena was his ex-wife. They had been separated for about a year. And he deleted his girlfriend, his girlfriend's daughter, tried to delete his girlfriend's daughter's friend and their other child. In both cases, the ladies lived. The children lived. But my friend and her daughter of 26 years, she died. His girlfriend and her eldest daughter, she died. He threw a hand grenade in my best friend's house. She hadn't been 2 months from finishing her nursing practitioner degree in Texas, in Dallas area. Anybody knows about nursing practitioner, you are basically a doctor on the nurse's level. It's the highest level of being a nurse. So now she can write prescriptions and everything else. And I saw all the work that she put in and the struggles that she put in to become a practitioner. And I was so proud when she finished it off. She was already making $250 a year as an RN. So just imagine what she's going to be making during that time period in 2013 as a practitioner in Dallas. All that hard work. I never forgot about thinking about it like that. I still think about it like that. She put in all those years of hard work just to lose it. Not to the man that she was still with, but to the man she was no longer with. So we're going to look at their story of ultra emotional men. Like I said, we're looking at 3 stories. We just looked at the one in Shreveport. Now we're looking at one in Texas.
World without warning of the violence that would define his exit. Born around 1969, he grew into a physically imposing figure, 6 feet 7 inches tall and 355 pounds. His stature served him first on the football field as a defensive tackle for Texas Christian University from 1987 to 1989. Then as a performer with the Dallas Mavericks Manny AAC's dance troupe from 2002 to 2009. 2013, around 10:30 p.m., Bowser arrived at the Dallas home of his live-in girlfriend, 43-year-old Toya Smith. He shot and killed Toya and her 17-year-old daughter, Tasmia Allen.
So Toya was his girlfriend that he was living with at the time. She was the side chick initially. While he was married to my friend, he was cheating on my friend with Toya.
14-year-old son, Storm Malone, and a 17-year-old family friend, Dasmin Mitchell, were wounded. Toya's mother, Lurlian Smith, arrived to find a bloodbath. She later stated she'd warned her daughter for years about Bowser's controlling nature, blaming that control for her death. 15 minutes later, Bowser drove 7 miles to his estranged wife, Xena Bowser's home in...
That was my friend Xena. So Z, Miss AKA, Miss Ski-Wee, she's get on my nerves with that. Ski-Wee, Ski-Wee. Everything in our house, pink and green, pink and green. She's traveling all over the country for all the pink and green, AKA events, right? She's making good money. He wasn't, but she liked him. She bought him a $10,000 diamond necklace. She was introducing him to affluent individuals in the Dallas area. And he was insecure about it. Shout out to the African Wolf being in the building. And he was insecure about it. Oh yeah, she did all that. Yeah, she was Miss AKA everything, right? And I warned her. I warned her, and her father had warned her as a child. Her father told her when she was a teenage girl, your desire for attention from men is going to get you killed someday. That's what she told me her dad told her when she was a teenager. And of course, as an adult, she laughed it off. And I told her, dude, it wasn't even months before. I told Xena, I said, can I say something to you? She said, what's up? I said, you are an attention whore. You're not a whore in the sense of you sleep with everybody. You love the attention you get from men. That's your drug of choice. You don't need money. You're good with the money. You don't need accolades. You got the connections. But you are an attention whore. You love attention. I said, Z, that's going to catch up with you one day. So we're talking, true story. So we're talking, and I said, and why are you still messing around as far as conversing with your ex-husband? I said, y'all ain't even got no kids together. Why you still? I said, you know what, Z? That's what I meant about you being an attention whore. You're not sleeping with him, but as long as you can kind of like reel his attention in, especially since you know that you had to put him out of your house because he was cheating on you with his current girlfriend. So you feel like, well, I'm gonna see if I can keep getting his attention while you're getting attention from other men. I say, so Z, so you entertaining attention from other dudes you ain't sleeping with, you just getting all the attention from. You ain't sleeping with your ex, but you won't leave him alone to let him live his life, because every time he calls or texts us or whatever, you make him feel like he got a chance to come back when you know he don't. I say, Z, that messing around, playing with people's hearts, that's gonna catch up with you. I said, that being an attention whore, it's funny now. It's gonna catch up with you. We talk all the time. And one day I didn't hear from her. Well, okay. I reach out with a text, no response. Next day, no response. Man, I ain't like Z, but she just getting a practitioner and she probably got a new job opportunity. She doing her thing. Let her have a couple days. Next thing you know, on Facebook, family puts out in loving memory. I'm like, loving memory? What that? Zena Bowser. Z? What that? I reach out to the family. Family explains everything to me. I go to social media, the news, and I discover what took place with her. With the hand grenade being thrown in her house, and my man coming up in there and emptying his clip. And when I say empty the clip, I mean literally empty. He didn't stop shooting until the clips were empty. All that for one attention. From who? The other guys that she was dating? No. Another ultra emotional black man. Just like in Shreveport. When I mentioned to you guys that being ultra emotional as a man is dangerous, All you dudes that got insecurities and jealousies, and I wish my woman would, all that, I'm telling you, bro, that is not healthy to have as a man. That is not. All of us don't want to get cheated on. I didn't say none of us, all of us. Nobody wants to get cheated on. But if you think you're gonna hold a woman like a puppet, and you still do, for all you guys, and I'm going to go back to the video in a second. For all you guys that think that you can put your woman on a string and control how she dresses, how she moves, how she acts, how she behaves, now she's not going to cheat. Dog, I was smashing y'all chicks. Every one of you dudes that thought that you had her down packed, you knew her. She came home from work at the same time every day. She's too busy and she was with the kids. The only time she left was to go to the gym with you. She went to church with you. She went to your family house with you and her family house with you. You dropped her off at work. You were there during lunch break. You were there when she got up. Dude, I was smashing y'all girlfriends and wives to smithereens. Don't you ever think your woman can't get got if she wants to get got. So being ultra emotional and ultra jealous, that don't work. And that's why I say some of you dudes, and I mean this, you need to keep your butt in the States. You can't handle them fat chicks in the States. You on suicide in the States. How the hell you gonna make it with a fine Venezuelan? Tell me, riddle me that one, Batman. How y'all gonna make it with these fine Venezuelans, fine Colombianas, gorgeous Philippines, beautiful women in Poland, the Polish chick, the Ukrainian? You ain't ready for the Ukrainian chicks back when Ukraine was popping. You ain't ready for the French chick. You ain't ready for the chick from Spain. Like I said earlier, forget about Ethiopia. You are not built for that level of beauty. Keep your tail in the States. Stay with them fat chicks with the fake baby hair and the bonnets. That's the best that you ready for. Because you dang sure ain't ready for what's out here. And I'm not saying in a bragging way. I'm saying that you guys are so ultra emotional. Can't nobody talk to you. Can't nobody tell you nothing. You always getting arrested. You always getting fired from a job. You always was the dude that your friends couldn't talk to when you got mad. Man, when I get mad, I just black out, dog. I just black out when I get mad. I just can't control myself, dog. You ultra emotional mother. I never fell for that lie. Man, when I get man, I just black. No, you got that from your mama. Because that's how your mama used to talk and act. Your mama used to whoop your butt and she just black out and keep on spanking you until she realized that she's still spanking you. She said she was gonna give you 10 licks. She on lick 35. She done blanked out and forgot that she on with that belt 35th, 36th, 37th lick. She said she just gonna lick you like 3-4 times. This woman then blacked out on your behind. Yeah, you just like your mama. But you look like your daddy. Let's continue on. Shout out to all you guys that are here.
DeSoto. He broke down the back
That are just walking in. This right here is the deletion of one of my closest friends, Zena Bowser. She was a nursing practitioner. She lived in DeSoto, Dallas area, in the suburbs of Dallas. Really beautiful home. She had 2 sons, 1 daughter, and her sons got shot. They survived. But her and her 20-plus-year-old daughter didn't. And all this took place after the guy had just finished deleting his girlfriend, her daughter, and tried to delete the 2 kids that were over there as well. So you had 8 people in all. 4 people died. 4 kids got shot, but the 4 kids survived. Let's continue on.
back door and detonated a military-grade grenade, a weapon from his past as an army veteran. While the explosion injured no one, it signaled the horror to come. He then fatally shot 47-year-old Zena and her 28-year-old daughter, Nima Williams. Zena's 2 sons, aged 11 and 13, were also shot but survived. The attack only stopped when Bowser ran out of ammunition. One son managed to call 911 while hiding his toddler brother under a pile of coats.
Both of them dead inside their southwest Dallas home in the 7100 block of Long Canyon Trail around 10:30 last night. They say that Bowser also shot Toya's son, Storm Malone, and Tamia's best friend, who's 17. She was in the home. The 2 are...
My other grandbaby knocked on the window, and we could hear somebody like gasping.
This lady that's talking right now, this was his girlfriend's mother. Remember I say he deleted his girlfriend and his girlfriend's daughter and shot the 2 children that were out the house. Grandma was down the street at her house. Deleted the 2 adults and then drove over to my friend's house 15 minutes away and threw a hand grenade in her house and went in and started shooting up everybody.
For breath in there, and he said, "Granny, they listening to headphones," and I said, "No, that's not a headphone."
And speaking of similarities, as you mentioned, Latoya, the family and the friends of the victim here saying the same thing pretty much, that they did have a volatile relationship.
Now this is Zena's neighborhood, and on the side that you can't see where the fence is, that's Zena's house. The house across the street you can see. So you could tell Zena lived in a really nice neighborhood. And this is the house that he threw the grenade into.
How long that relationship lasted and when they broke up. At this point, we're still trying to gather that information, but they're pretty much saying the same thing here at this house.
Now this is Zena's house.
In DeSoto, the 100 block of Galleria Drive, where a number of officers, investigators on the scene, including the ATF and FBI. Now, Dallas.
The reason why the ATF and the FBI were there, not just because he was ex-military, but he used military material, which is a hand grenade. So now it's federal. Like the feds are looking like, where did this dude get a hand grenade? So now it's federal and not just state.
Dallas police do say that about 15 minutes after the Dallas shootings, they were dispatched here. And when they got here, officers found the 4 gunshot victims, 2 of whom were dead here at the scene.
He was charged with 3 counts of capital murder and 2 counts of aggravated assault, with bail set at $6.5 million. Prosecutors presented evidence that Bowser had hidden cameras in Toya Smith's home, secretly recording her teenage daughter in the shower and bedroom.
So this dude was not only a monster from domestic violence, because my friend Zena had restraining orders against him when she was with him and let him go. But he kept coming back to her house. So she had to get the police involved, and she got restraining orders. He kept violating, and he went to jail a few times for violating the restraining orders that Zena had, even though he was living at this point in time with the side chick that became his girlfriend. And while he's doing all this stalking with Zena and being violent with the girlfriend, he's also recording the girlfriend's daughter while she's in the bathroom.
Though defense attorneys argued this was unduly prejudicial, the judge allowed the videos as evidence of predatory behavior preceding the murders.
Relatives are relieved, but told me today that they didn't want to make any public comments until after Bowser is sentenced. Toward that end, prosecutors have already wrapped up their case to send him to death row.
Before we go into that, that's a good statement, Bobby. Here's what took place that they're not mentioning to this in this portion. This dude right here not only threw the hand grenade into my friend's house, then went in with artillery, just lighting up everything. Once he's finally out of bullets, check it out. He lays down, he lays his big on the ground. Oh, I'm sorry, on the floor, as if he was already in the house and somebody came in and threw a grenade. As if he was already there in a house in which, remember what I just said, he had restraining orders. So he had already been arrested for even being in the vicinity of my friend's house. He lays on the floor and pretends like suddenly she had a change of heart and let him in. And he just so happens on the day he gets let in to be there when somebody suddenly throws a hand grenade, shoots up everybody. Everybody got shot. The 2 kids get shot. My friend gets shot. The daughter gets shot. But nothing happens to the biggest target in the house, him. That's how much of a coward he was in this situation. Laid on the ground. So when the police came, he was, oh, what happened? What? Oh my God. Oh my God. Played the whole role. And the police didn't buy it for 10 seconds. Why? Because they know what he did a couple of hours ago to his girlfriend and his girlfriend's daughter on the other side of Dallas. The police just couldn't get to my friend Zena's house in time to warn her. Remember, he drove 15 minutes from one house of destruction to the other house of destruction. So by the time they discovered in Dallas what took place, they caught on. He's about to head over to Zena's house. By the time they got police officers over to Zena's house, he was already over there throwing in a hand grenade. So when I mentioned to you guys, shout out to my brother, Black Nubian in the building, the Canadian brothers. So when I mentioned to you guys, right, on demon mode, demon behavior. So when I mentioned to you guys, men, we are not wired to handle being ultra emotional. We are born with emotions, yes, emotions that we can handle, yes. Being ultra insecure and jealous and outraged emotions. I have never seen a dude that did domestic violence that was not ultra emotional. Not a one. I don't care if it's a rich dude doing it. I don't care if it's a white dude doing it. I don't care if it's a black dude doing it. I don't care if it's a poor man doing it. Every single instance where I saw a man that continued to initiate domestic violence, it was always a ultra emotional man. It's never a rationalist. It's never a stoic. It's never a logical man. It's never us logical dudes. Us logical dudes, we kind of like, hey, I'm gonna let this crazy chick go. She crazy. Oh, she like to cheat on me. Okay, let me let her go. It's always emotional dudes that put their hands on women. The ultra emotional dudes, thinking that if I rule with an iron hand, she'll obey me. I ain't never seen it work. I ain't never seen it work. I've known dudes that ruled with an iron hand and still get cheated on. Still get cheated on. Your woman be taking butt whoopings at the house, and then she be getting her butt blew out when she leave the house. You kicking the butt at the house, somebody else is spanking it when she leave the house. All you dudes that like to put your hands on women, for what? I ain't never saw that resolve nothing, ever. Ever. Well, there are women that like to put their hands on men, Dre. And it's men that stay around for it. There are men that stay around for that mess that their women put them through. Let's go back to the video. See what happens. See what happened to this Bowser gentleman here.
The verdict, when it came, was greeted with calm and complete silence. That is the unanimous verdict of the jury. Yes, ma'am. Jurors decided that Irby Bowser was not in the midst of a military delusion when he shot and killed his live-in girlfriend, Toya Smith, and her 17-year-old daughter, Tasmia Allen. Nor was he insane when he shot his estranged wife, Zena Williams Bowser, and murdered her adult daughter, Nima Williams, while she begged for her life.
Please, no, I'm going to go with you, please.
When I was doing this, it took me a minute to get my composure. When I was putting this together, the part that hit me was not the case part that we just looked at. None of that got to me. The part that got me and had me kind of like choked up a little bit for a split second, when I saw Miles and Chris's name. This moment right here kind of like hit me like, oh man, my dudes. Miles and Chris, her two sons. Now, of course, they're grown men by now, but they were shorties when I knew them. Shorties. This is her daughter begging for her life while Miles and Chris were in the middle of the 911 call. That's why they were able to record it.
Oh my God!
But the process of making Bowser pay would still be steeped in pain, adding what must feel like acid to a still aching wound.
His defense team argued he was legally insane during the attacks, pointing to his inconsistent behavior during police interviews. They obtained his VA medical records, suggesting potential mental health complications from military service. Prosecutors countered with the calculated nature of his actions. The two locations, the grenade, the hidden cameras, and his documented history of threats. The jury rejected the insanity defense, finding him legally responsible for the 4 murders. Irby Bowser received multiple death sentences. His execution date remains pending as of...
So he received multiple death sentences. And right now, there were, in this article and all this that we just watched came out in 2025. Let's watch the next one. Today we're looking at 3.
2025.
Anyway, I just did something crazy, man. I just my ex-girlfriend in the head, yo.
Okay. For some of you, you don't remember this. This happened right around 2019, 2020. On a Facebook Live, a brother deleted his ex-girlfriend and on a Facebook Live deleted his baby mama. Now, to just give you a little leeway for those that don't remember this brother said that she had been playing emotional games with his children long enough. Sometimes she let him see the kids. Sometimes she wouldn't. He had been to court fighting for the rights to see his children. The courts wouldn't help. She would violate the court's judgment to let him see the children. The local police wouldn't help. He would talk to friends, family, her friends, her family, but the baby mother didn't care. Every blue moon, she let him see the children. Today was one of those days that she decided to let him see the children. So as he's talking, even though this is a smaller recording of the event, I have the large recording of it. But as he's talking, the children are waiting in the car to drive off and spend time with their dad. I'll say that again. The children are waiting in the back seat. They're not in the house. Dad says, wait a minute, I'll be right back. Goes in the house. Now, mind you, the kids don't even know that he's already deleted his ex-girlfriend, which is not the baby mother. He's about to go in and delete the baby mother and himself. Let's continue on. Now, let me bring this back just a little bit.
Fence, finding him legally responsible for the 4 murders. Irby Bowser received multiple death sentences. His execution date remains pending as of 2025.
Anyway, I just did something crazy, man. I just my ex-girlfriend in the head, yo. I can't go to prison, so the person that really started my depression and all of this is my ex-wife. So she next. Oh, here's my ex-wife right here.
Today's the day. They were the chilling last words heard on that Facebook Live.
That was not the last words. She's saying those were the last words. The last words were, I told you today was coming. Some of his last words were, today is the day. But his last words were, I told you. When he rushed into that house, the little part that y'all just saw, when he rushed into that house towards his baby mother, he told her, today is the day. I told you this day was coming. Now, once again, I was able to explain everything to you guys because he had did a long montage before going into that house. This young lady here is just showing us, a quick, concise version. But just like my friend, this guy was a nursing practitioner, the highest level of nursing. So this guy was not a broke brother. This wasn't just a Ray from around the way. Very intellectual brother. You cannot be just the average nurse to become a nursing practitioner. And this man deleted his ex-girlfriend and then came over to the baby mama house, picked up the kids, put the kids in the car. They're waiting for dad. Let's go. Dad says, hold on for a second. I need to talk to your mama. He's still on Facebook Live. Mama come to the door like, why is he still here? He runs up in the door in the house, deletes her, and deletes himself.
Moments later, Jay Black would take the life of his ex-wife. Jay Black was a 44-year-old nurse practitioner from Baltimore, and in truth, his life was seemingly crumbling all around him. 3 years he'd been having trouble with his ex-wife, Wendy, who, according to Jay, did not let him see his kids. Wendy had filed multiple protection orders against Jay. She told authorities she simply didn't feel safe around him, and all her requests were ignored by the courts. Now, Jay did end up moving on from Wendy. He got a new girlfriend and ended up having a kid with her. Her name was Tara Lanban. But by the end of 2021, things turned sour and the pair separated. Now, Jay began to panic. He thought he was going to lose Tara the same way he lost his ex-wife. And then he suddenly snapped. On December the 11th, 2021, he got onto Facebook Live to make a confession about what he had done. He had just...
So he deleted 2 Asian women. Yeah. Being a nursing practitioner, a lot of guys don't realize that's the highest level of nursing. Threw it all away.
Taken Tara's life. Now, as that live stream continued, it became clear that Jay was not done. First, it's hard to tell where he is, but by the end of that Facebook stream, you realize he's in front of his ex-wife's house. Jay ended up taking her life, as well as his own that day.
Emotional men are dangerous to girls. Here's why. I know I'm already triggering multiple people by saying this, but let me explain. There are many reasons why guys being super emotional can become problematic. The truth is, it's always the overly emotional guys that become stalkers or do irrational things with girls. This is because being emotional overrides your rational mind. Because of this, these guys have limited options for girls and then cling incredibly hard to one. Desperation is typically the culprit behind this poor behavior. They'll rarely...
That's an excellent point. Ultra emotional men, I do find that to be true. We're going to bring that back, what he said. Ultra emotional men, if you're one of them, you can relate to this. Ultra emotional men do not have the same amount of access to the dating pool, and I'm paraphrasing, that the average guy has. And so he clings almost to dear life to the women that enter into his life. I have found that to be true, whether it be violently or whether it be verbally, whether it be manipulating her with his money. Ultra emotional dudes usually have very little access to the dating pool. I don't care how old they are. I don't care how young they are. I don't care how good they look. I don't care how good they don't look. Ultra emotional dudes, most women shun them because they see something crazy about y'all. But the few women that give y'all a chance, well, they live or die regretting it.
mind. Because of this, these guys have limited options for girls and then cling incredibly hard to one. Desperation is typically the culprit behind this poor behavior. You'll rarely ever find the chill, stoic guy doing irrational things with girls. The stoic man is much more logic-driven and doesn't let his emotions control his actions. This is a much more masculine position which will attract more girls and lead to less desperation. Being a good man comes with a lot of responsibility, and being overly emotional is not part of that equation.
Like I said before, if you over 18...
Oh, y'all gonna love this one. Y'all thought the last 3 dudes that we looked at was crazy. Where do you get a load of this fool? Where do you get a load of the stupid stuff that this one says? another ultra emotional man.
More masculine position, which will attract more girls and lead to less desperation. Being a good man comes with a lot of responsibility, and being overly emotional is not part of that equation.
Like I said before, if you over 18 and you never killed nobody before, and you a black man,
You heard it here. You heard it here. This dude said if you are over 18 years old and you are a black man and you've never deleted anybody, then you a bitch. These are the men that we've just watched over the last hour that were raised under a mass of single mothers. Oh, I'm gonna bring that back for you. I told you, these ultra emotional dudes, bruh. But here's the kicker. I can imagine that there are far more men that think just like he does. He's not an anomaly in today's society, sadly, as we see.
And being overly emotional is not part of that equation.
like I said before, if you over 18 and you never killed nobody before, and you a black man, you a sucker. You
Considering most black people are killed by black people, that's a very chilling thing that he's admitting on camera right now. Unless you kill more of your people, you will be seen as a bitch. What type of ass backwards thinking is this? Not even somebody with Down syndrome would be this foolish.
Arguing with an emotional man is just as pointless. When a man is emotional and reactive, he is not grounded. He's defensive and ego-driven. And once he's there, logic is gone. You're not talking to his leadership. You're talking to his wounds. He's not listening to understand you. He is listening to protect his pride. And every sentence you say feels like an attack. Every boundary sounds like disrespect. And every truth becomes, you're against me. And instead of taking accountability, he deflects, he minimizes, or escalates and reacts even louder. Now, it's not necessarily about resolving anything in that moment. It's about winning, and it's about being right. And this is the truth that women need to hear. The more you push an emotional man, the more unstable he becomes. You don't regulate him by arguing. You don't lead him by explaining, and you do not calm him down by chasing him. You disengage. Silence removes the audience. Distance removes the fuel that you're adding to the fire. Calm exposes who is actually in control. A grounded man will return to reason on his own. An ungrounded one will spiral even louder. Either way, arguing will not save it. Emotional men do not need to be debated. They need space to either self-regulate or it reveals who they actually are. And as strong women, they don't fight chaos. They don't match the energy. They don't beg for understanding. They stay composed. They hold their feminine frame and they let the behavior speak louder than the actual words. That is not cold. That is just being a little smart. So women, learn that too. I'm aware that
before this sister speaks, and she speaks facts. I've shared with you guys one time I was on a panel on a very emotional Puerto Rican show, Jenny from the Block. Some of you guys remember her as a YouTuber. She might still be around. 40+ woman. Every guy wanted to smash her, but nobody wanted to marry her, right? One of those type of chicks. Like, she looks good for her age, but she just looks like somebody could smash her. But nobody's dumb enough to marry her because she's ultra emotional, right? And she's talking about Austin, and I joined the panel. It's me and two other white guys and a Latin guy. Very respectful to the Latin guy. Very respectful to the white guys. When it came to Andre, I was everything but a child of God. Never said anything to her. I hadn't said anything. And if you don't like what I said, you can get the F off my show. After being belittled, most ultra emotional men would have argued back and forth with her, cussed her out. B, you don't talk to me like that. Who the F do you think you are? When she said to me, and I could have been easy, like, you ain't do that to the white man, you ain't do that to the Latin dudes, why you coming? I could have did all the emotional acrobats, right? And the old Andre, prior to 41, probably would have. No woman talk to me like that. My wife don't talk to me like, right? Could have did the whole thing, right? What I did was, and I've said this story before, I told her when she said, and you can leave my show. And I said, you know what? You're right. Click. And I left the live stream. Didn't go back, didn't look, wasn't in the audience looking, because ultra emotional dudes will do that. They will leave somebody's show and then they'll listen from the background, or they'll run to the comments and be talking and arguing in the comments. I get it. It's 4 months later. Now, as a man, I'm like, man, that was crazy. I was upset, but I'm a stoic now, right? I get an email. Hey, Andre, I just want to say something to you. A few months back, man, you were on this live stream called Jenny from the Block. And I saw how she spoke to you. And I saw how she treated the other audience. And I was there when she left and how she was talking about you and your wife. Bruh, I just want to say thank you. You don't know me, but how you handle that as a man, how you control the scenario by not allowing the scenario to control you. I caught that, bro. I just want to let you know I appreciate seeing that, man. You take care. Wasn't a long message, very short, to the point. Being in the ultra emotional male never pays off. Okay. There was this country pop singer. She was doing okay, right? Decent record sales. But she was up for an award. Best video of the award. Not best music, not most records sold. You know, some people knew who she was, a lot of people didn't. But they knew her video. And so she won for video of the award. They may not know her, but they knew the video. As she's receiving her award, an ultra emotional male raised by a single mother with Hennessy in hand storms the stage, snatches the mic, tells the world, your video was good, but Beyonce's was better. After that moment, Taylor Swift became a multi-billionaire. Prior to that, some people knew her, most people didn't. All it took was an emotional male and how she responded to an emotional male to open up doors. A few years ago, Brother's on stage doing his job. He clean, got his tuxedo on, and his job is to be the host. I mean, he's looking good. And he's cracking jokes. He's done it before. He's been a host on this show before, cracking jokes on the audience and just cracking jokes in general. Until he cracks the jokes on one guy's wife. And the guy storms the stage as an ultra emotional male and smacks Chris Rock. After that, Chris Rock is not just a household name. He's beyond a household name now. Why? Because he got smacked? No, because of his stoicism and all the money that he's made since then. When every other black man would have responded in kind, he's like, listen, I'm not big enough to beat this dude, but I can beat him in other ways. Now, if I was The Rock, probably wouldn't even happen. If I was Suge Knight up there, it probably would have happened. But Chris Rock knew, I'm Chris Rock. I'm not the biggest dude, but I'm the smartest dude on stage. Next thing you know, Chris Rock, he's got a special on Netflix and he's on a tour with Dave Chappelle and everything. He's able to go around the world and tell his version and how he feels. Everything that an emotional man would have said to Will Smith on that stage, Chris Rock was able to do it not only on a Netflix show, tell how he felt, he was able to tour across the country, making money, telling how he felt about that moment. So most guys would have cussed out and got mad at Will Smith right there. Chris Rock used it and made millions upon millions, saying to Will Smith exactly what he would have said that night. Rational men always win. Now, is there a time to protect yourself as a man? Absolutely correct. I'm not saying that don't protect yourself, be a punk, be scared, run away. I'm not saying that. But there are times when there are times when you know that you're not talking to, a man is not talking to you, his mama is talking to you. There are times when you recognize the way that this dude is acting, that's his mama talking through him. He ain't talking like a man would talk. Motherfucker, he done just stepped on my shoes. I know he ain't stepped on my shoes, not on my shoes. And then all the other emotional men co-sign, oh, dog, you done stepped on my boy's shoes. So yes, there's a time to protect yourself as a man. And I kid you not. A lot of times me, T-Mac, and Will, we don't hang out with everybody that gets off a plane because we know that there are too many Pookies, Ray Rays, and Paw Paws that get off the planes and they are too ultra emotional while they're in Colombia on vacation. We've seen it while they're fighting in Cartagena, right? We've seen them in El Peñon fighting in El Peñon, right? Ultra emotional men. They get themselves locked up in Colombia. They're not the ultra emotional white dude, the Lita Colombiana. Now he's doing 47 years in jail for deleting the Colombian DJ in Bogota a couple years ago. Ultra emotional men. You never see rationalists behave like this. You never see logical dudes behave like this. You never see stoics behave like this. We all feel sadness or hurt at one point in time or another. The difference is we don't let our emotions dictate our responses ever. That's the problem with ultra emotional men. You respond the way you saw your mama, your older sister, your aunties, your female co-workers, your pastor's wife, all the women that were around your life, other than the few male figures that you had. You respond, and some of you guys don't want to admit this. This is the crazy part. This live stream is going to come to an end, and some of you ultra emotional dudes will never admit that you act just like your motherfucking mama. You are your mama incarnate. Some of y'all mamas have passed away, and you still act like your mama. You still act like your raggedy ass aunties, your evil ass, ratchet ass sisters. You act just like them. There is nothing different about you except you look like your daddy, you're built like your daddy, but everything about you within says you your mama's child. Ain't nothing about you saying that you your daddy's child. You ain't been around some of you dudes are like me. You ain't been around your daddy for 3 days in your whole life. There is nothing about you says your daddy. You went around your daddy to pick up certain traits. I'll say this again. They always say, yes, he did that because he's in a fatherless home. No, he did it because he's in a mother-filled home. Many men act like the present parent. I'm gonna say that again. Let me move this sister out of the way for a split second. Many of us, remember I said I had to go to therapy and get past this and start hanging around more positive males to get past this. Many of us do not act like the missing parent. You can't pick up traits for the most part of the missing parent. You got a couple of traits of your dad that remind people of your daddy. Your looks, some little thing that you might do, a little quirky thing you might do that reminds them of your daddy. But as far as day-to-day behavior, your missing parent, you can't pick up traits from. They're not there for you to pick up traits from. So who the hell are you picking up these traits that got you dropping out of high school? That got you in some of the highest incarcerations? That got you having baby mama after baby mama? Whose traits are you picking up that's got you in prison? That's got you ultra emotional? You cannot be in a relationship without being emotional in it. Whose traits are you picking up that's got you doing domestic violence? Your present parent. You picked it up from your present parent, not the parent that's missing. Who is normally our present parent? Our mothers, grandmothers, sisters, aunts, and those bitter women in our churches. You picked up who you are as a man, and you wonder why you can't control your emotions like you want to. You do not want to be a ultra emotional man, but somehow, some way, when that woman says one thing, you snap. You say, what to me? And you cussing out everybody. I'll knock your head off. You know where you got that from? Your missing parent, your dad that wasn't there? Who'd you get that from? Your mama. I got it from my mama. I got it from my mama. You got it from your mama, the parent that was right there. So let's stop acting like, boy, if it wasn't for mom, yes, you're absolutely correct. If it wasn't for mom, making sure that you made the football practice. If it wasn't for mom, making sure that you got your homework done. If it wasn't for mom cooking nice hot meals, you don't know where you would be. Thank you for mom. But let's not forget, if it wasn't for mom, most of us men would not be so messed up emotionally because we picked up her traits. But here's the kicker. The emotions that mom expressed works for women, not for men. I'm going to say this again. How your mother, your sister, and your aunts acted, it didn't get them put in jail, did it, for the most part? Did it get your sister is emotional as every regular woman. Did it cause her to always be in a fight? Not most women. Your mother shows emotions just like a regular woman. Did it cause her to fight with her mother every day? In most cases, no. Your grandmother shows emotions just like a regular woman does. But did your grandmother make it down there and do a shootout because she was feeling emotional? No. But when you imitate these women's emotional movements, it doesn't work, does it? You imitate your mama and your grandmama, you end up in prison. You imitate your sister's emotions, you end up in a grave. You imitate how your aunts were emotional in relationships, you end up in several divorces with 3 or 4 baby mamas. What you were raised around emotionally as a man does not translate to men. We're not built the same to handle. Just like when it comes to rationalists, you know how hard it is for a woman to be rational and take accountability. They would rather walk directly into the sun before they take accountability, be rational, be logical, look at statistics. Am I lying? Women do not like accountability, rationality. It just does not gel with it. They cannot compute, right? Most women, some can, but not most. They're not wired like that. What are they wired for? To be able to handle day-to-day emotions or how they feel. But when you try to imitate it, you ever notice if you walk out of rationality and try to live your life based off your feelings, life goes to hell for you? But grandmama could pull it off, couldn't she? No issues. Mom could pull it off, couldn't she? No issues. Your older sisters could pull it off, couldn't they? No issues. What about all the ladies in church? They could be as emotional as they want to, couldn't they? No issues. Let your black ass be emotional. And I mean ultra emotional. Everything getting tore up. Kids got to die. Mamas got to get deleted. Dudes walking up in churches deleting. You walking up in Target deleting people. You deleting people in Walmart. Why? Men were never wired to be ultra emotional. None of us. None of us. The one thing that we need to start doing, men, and this as far as our mental health and the value of therapy, and we're going to get to the value of travel, is this. You got to come to a conclusion. You didn't pick up those traits from your missing dad. You picked them up from your present parent. Until you stop being a mama's boy, because I know black men, we love, don't you talk about my mama. You know, you never talk about mama. I kill somebody about mama. You know why? Because we're ultra emotional. And we are even ultra emotional, even discussing the topic about our mothers. We are extremely emotional when it comes to, you say something about my mom, you better be happy you on camera, because you was in front of, I bet you wouldn't say that in front of me. I bet you I would. Why? Because I went through it. Because I would say it out of love for you. Now, my job is not for you guys to accept anything that I say. I'm going to say this again. Paul said, one sows, one waters, and God gives the increase of the plant of a man's heart. One man gonna come into your life and sow a seed. Years later, another brother might come into your life and add some water to it. But at the end, when you finally catch it, it was God that gave the increase to the plant that was sown in your heart. So it ain't my job to try to convince any of us tonight. I'm just letting you know what I went through and how I overcame it, how I see other men that have gone through it, how they overcame it, and how I see those same traits in many of my brothers that are white, that are black, that are Asian, that are Latin. Many of us, doesn't matter what color, many of us carry our mother's traits, and you hate to have to admit that. That just hurts to realize there was actually something that my mom taught me that I shouldn't have picked up. I shouldn't have taken out of the house. I should have left it right there. When I moved out, I should have left that right there that she taught me. And she didn't teach me that on purpose. My mom didn't teach me how to be ultra emotional on purpose. I just was watching. I watched how she talked to people. I watched how my sister talked to people. I watched how my aunts talk to people. I watched how the ladies in church talk to people. I watched how women on television talk to people. Did you know this? Did you know this? That over 60 to 70% of jokes on television, when they tell a joke on a sitcom, did you know that most jokes are catered towards men? Watch any sitcom. The male is the butt of the joke. The Cosby Show, who was it? Bill Cosby and Theo. Were not most of the jokes of that show centered around something that either one of those males did? Let's take it back. Archie Bunker. Was not Archie the joke centered around him in Meathead? Not the mother, not the daughter. Gilligan's Island. Was not Gilligan and the skipper the butt of the jokes? Not the ladies, not Mary Ann, not Ginger, not Mrs. Howe, the men. Name any, The Simpsons, who's the joke? Bart and Homer. Who are the ones that are the rational ones with sense? The wife, the daughters. Most of you guys didn't know that, did you? Most television shows, I don't care if it's two men, what is it, 2 Men and a Baby? I don't care if it's a movie. Men make up 70 to 80%. I knew this stat years ago, of the jokes that are made in movies or television shows. Martin Lawrence. Was not Martin and Cole the butt of the jokes for the most part? Everybody else kind of like bounced off of joking at or with them. The Rock, Charles Dutton, serious actor. Tony Award winning Charles Dutton. Was he on the Fox show? Was he not the butt of the jokes? Will Smith, the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Were the daughters the butt of the jokes? Or was Alfonso and Will and the father the butt of most of the jokes on that show? Society laughs at men and don't realize how much they do it. Society laughs at men and don't realize how often they do it. It's subconsciously, we're so used to doing it. We've been doing it for years, watching television and movie shows, and we just laugh. Remember, there was a day when I Love Lucy, she was the joke, right? Carol Burnett show, she was the joke. Carol Burnett, with her variety show, but then Cher came along with Sonny and Cher show. Who was the joke? Sonny Bono. She would crack jokes and he was the one to be laughed at. Cher was the beautiful one. Right? And it's been like that ever since. It's been like that ever since. Who was the joke on Laverne and Shirley? Laverne and Shirley? Lenny and Squiggy. Right? The two neighbors. Who was the joke on Mork and Mindy? Mork or Mindy? We laughed at Mork. And the more jokes they wrote, more we laughed at Mork. Bosom buddies. Tom Hanks just started. Who were the joke? The ladies that they were trying to live with, pretending they were ladies, or Tom Hanks and his boy? The jokes. Commercials were the jokes. Television shows were the jokes. Society globally is taught, don't take men's emotions or feelings serious. They can handle it. It's just a joke. I just cheated on him. He can handle it. Wait a minute. I only took his kids away. He can handle it. Why y'all tripping? I only got him fired. He'll get another job. Listen, I only set his clothes on fire and his car on fire. He can buy another car and get more clothing. We're the jokes. We've always been the joke because society is taught that we can handle it. And I know what women will say. Well, you guys wrote most of those jokes. You know why men wrote those jokes like that? Because they were marketing the commercials during the show to who? Since the dawn of television, men were the butt of the jokes except for a few television shows like Carol Burnett, like I Love Lucy. Men were the butt of the jokes so they could sell products during the commercial to who? To women. And they knew they could not get women to watch a show, to watch the commercials, if the women were always the butt of the jokes. So while women were laughing at men, commercials could come in and sell women products without them having to be the butt of the joke. What's my point in saying all this? Nobody cares about our emotions, man. I know it's not fair. So we're going to have to care about our own emotions. And this sister who's about to speak, shout out to Corporal ST. This sister that's about to speak, she's about to give an excellent example of what I just said.
I'm not a man and I will never be a man. However, I'm not willing to debate what I'm about to say. So I low-key feel like now that I've healed and I look at relationships differently, men get the short end of the stick because you're not allowed to be sensitive, but how dare you not talk to me about how you feeling? Don't be emotionally constipated, but if you tell me too much how you really feeling, then I don't believe that you're man enough for me. I don't want you to be this superhuman all the time, but you can't take that S off your chest. Do not sit the world down off of your shoulders around me because I'm not willing to pick it up and help shoulder it. Like, you can't have boundaries. You can't have standards. You can't require a woman bring something to the table that you set before she was even in the picture. You're not allowed to have a broken heart. You're not allowed to be afraid of love. You're not allowed to have walls. You're not allowed to be vulnerable. There are so many things that the world will not allow you to do, but they also expect you to do the same thing. You know what I mean? The world would have you to believe that you're...
world's cold as a mother. okay? And you get older, one thing I learned, only women, children, and dogs are loved unconditionally. A man is only loved under the condition that he provides something. I've never heard a woman in my life say, you know, after he got laid off, we got so much closer. You ain't never heard that shit. No. I once heard my grandmother say, a broke man is like a broke hand. Can't do nothing with it. What kind of gangster shit is that?
I just want to take one step back to this idea that men can't take what they dish out. That's one of the, it's one of them things that sound good, but once you start to really unpack it, it's low-key dumb. Because a lot of people can punch hard that can't take a punch to the jaw. I don't know why people think the ability to inflict pain is somehow reflective of the ability to take it. Like when we talk about this thing where men suffering in relationship, it's a whole lot of women that take up a lot of emotional space in a relationship, but couldn't take it at all if a man started to assert his space emotionally, which is why we get called sassy now, right? Men are attempting to hold emotional space in relationship, and because we do it, we sassy.
That's sad. That's one of the things that, yep, 2.5 men, absolutely correct. That's one of the things that I'm glad I wasn't in the States for, this sassy era of if a man expresses himself. I've actually had people say to me in comments of particular videos, you know, TikTok video, I'll put a comment in. And you know what women will say to me as if I'm still in the States? You are on TikTok arguing with a woman? No, that woman has an opinion. I have an opinion. And like we hate each other. We don't even know each other. I've had that happen several times. You are on TikTok arguing with a woman. What type of man is you? You must be. I don't get moved by what women in the States have to say. I don't live in the States. I could care less. I mean, literally could care less. I'm glad I'm not there for that era of belittling men if you dare to take up any emotional space. No wonder some of you do. I kid you not, man. No wonder there's so many men they're saying that are lonely. So many men on suicide watch. So many men that are out there don't know what to do with their lives. I don't blame y'all, bro. I do not blame y'all for not dating in the United States until y'all, until y'all leave. I mean it. I don't blame y'all, man. This is a whole new wave of stupid women that y'all dealing with. I wasn't around for this, bro. If I was in the States, true story, I would leave too. I wouldn't be smashing nobody. F them. For all you dudes that ain't leaving the States, have fun. I understand why you're dating, mating, and getting married. I mean that. I mean, if you are not leaving the United States, I understand why you are dating, mating, and marrying. But if I was still stuck in the States today, it ain't a pussy walking around that country that I would want. Not a one. Not a one. I'm not going through them games. I'm not going through those what if she changes her mind or becomes a different person. She's sweet as bear meat right now, but then tomorrow she could use the divorce laws against me. I'm not doing all them games, man. Yep, I'll be straight on monk mode. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I will save my sex life for as soon as I get I will save my sex life for Canada or Mexico before I use it again in the United States. I'll be crossing the border, smashing them. But as soon as I get back home to the States, it's all about business. I don't see how y'all do it, man. It was nothing like this when I left. So I understand. I understand how some of us can become ultra emotional, in other words. But that still doesn't make it right. Why? Why does being ultra emotional not work for men? One of the reasons, just one, it doesn't translate well to other countries. I want to say this again. There are countries where men are ultra emotional and you can get away with it a little bit. Not in most countries. Not in most countries. Colombia, they ultra emotional dudes. These dudes are ultra emotional. But do you want to deal with ultra emotional for the rest of your life? I see dudes here in Colombia, man, in their 60s and 70s, super insecure, super emotional about their woman. I'm like, man, your woman is 72. Don't nobody want her. But you can't tell a Colombian dude that. These old Colombian dudes be looking at you like, don't look at my woman. I'm like, dude, your woman is walking with a walker. Your woman is walking with a walker, sir. But in his mind, she 23 and fine. Ultra emotional. But there are other countries that's not. So it doesn't translate well, man. And that's why I say, man, get your mindset right. Because if you can't handle not being ultra emotional around them fat ass women back in the States with them weaves and them eyelashes and the Botox and all that mess of that. If you can't, now they got the fake dimples now. Now they getting fake dimples. Now they getting dimple surgery and they look like bullet wounds. That's the funny part. True story. If y'all ever want to see something that looks crazy, go ahead, Google the dimple, you know, the fake dimples or the BB dimple, whatever it is, the BBD, right? The booty, the breast, and the dimples, the BBD. And it looked like somebody shot them in like a bullet wound that healed. It don't look like real dimples. You know how people with dimples, like when their face is straight, you can't see the dimples unless they're smiling or talking? Well, the dimple surgery, even if your face is just straight, stoic, it still look like a bullet hole like that. It kind of it's like somebody pierced it or shoved a spear in their face. That's how people with most people with dimples, if they are not smiling or talking, you really couldn't notice that they had dimples. Soon as they start talking, the dimples show. Soon as they start smiling, the dimples show. Well, these women, they can be asleep and the bullet wound dimples will show. I kid y'all not, man. Okay, while they're talking, I said I'm going to see if I can pull something up. Let me let them talk.
But you can punch hard emotionally, but you can't take it. So this whole men can't take what they dish. Bro, who likes to be in pain? Who likes discomfort? It's one of them things that sound good because the women who've been affected can collectively come together and point they.
Expressing himself feels like a setup, especially when he comes to you and he's pouring his heart out to you. He's expressing his emotions and he's expressing his feelings to you. You hit him with some type of deflection. You attack him or you emasculate him or you clown his emotions or you make him feel less of a man. You feel like he's less masculine because he opens himself up to you. But whenever he does express himself to you or a problem that he may have, you end up bringing up your own personal issue that you may have. What do you think is going to happen? You're not creating any type of emotional safety. Men need that same emotional safety that you women ask for. A man should never walk on eggshells or contemplate if he's going to raise a concern or express what's going on in his day to his own woman. If that's the case, why are you his woman? Probably want to think about that, sugar. I wish you all the best. Happy, healthy relationships, y'all. Bye.
Men aren't immediately loved.
And why is that?
No, but it's true. You've got to earn your worth as a man. You do have to earn your worth as a man.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No.
Really?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Fair dude.
There's some very cute people who would be immediately loved. And some men with only a face a mother could love. It's just the way the world.
No, I'm not talking about like, as in like love as in the simplest term of like, oh look, he's cute. I'm saying like, in a broader term of life, you have to earn your worth as a man.
Every womanizer, every player, every guy juggling 3 broads at the same time is only doing so out of fear. Fear of being crushed by a woman. Because one day, back in the day, they weren't a player. They liked one girl. Only women, children, and dogs are loved unconditionally. A man is only loved under the condition that he provides something.
You do have to do that, because otherwise you get pushed to the wayside. You go around now, you go outside on the streets of London and go to a woman and say, your man, your potential future husband, how much do you want him to earn? How much do you want what kind of lifestyle do you want for him? History at the time, especially, it's worse now. You see it on TikTok where they're like, what do you want your man to earn a month? They're like fucking 10 grand.
You want to hear something ironic?
Yes. Before she goes any further, I mentioned to you guys about the dimple surgeries. Let me do a screen share real quick. Real quick. Make sure that you guys can see this on screen. All right. Look at this. Look at this mess, man. These women look like they got bullet holes. Look at this mess, man. Look, somebody shot her in the face. Look at this. This is surgery that they get now. Look like somebody hit her with a spear. This doesn't even look real. This look like a healing. This look like somebody healing a bullet wound right here. Here's the other young lady again. Look at these women. All of them look like they got shot in the face. This is crazy. This is crazy. Bullet wound. Bullet wound. This was not too bad. This was not too bad, but it's still deeper than the average. And these are the women that you men are trying to tell me that y'all on suicide watch for? Are y'all trying to tell me that these are the type of women that y'all ruling with an iron hand with domestic violence? You tell me these are the type of women that we just looked at are the ones that got to go down to the police station and file a restraining order on you? This? Maybe I'm a little spoiled because I live outside the United States. But nothing I showed you on screen is worth a restraining order. Nothing. Man, y'all funny. Look, somebody just hit him in the face with a spear real quick. Or a dart. They probably do. They probably do. Let's continue on, gentlemen. Let's continue on.
Men live much more difficult lives than women, right? Women live a little easier, have an easier route. But men are the ones who create that easy route for women. Men are the reason we're able to live.
Shout out to Scott.
So how does a woman make a man's life easier? That's the question. That's the discussion. Let's talk about it. Catering to a man starts with acknowledging his hard work. Acknowledge what he does for you and for himself. Because let me remind you, growing up as a man is a choice. You could be a 40-year-old boy. You could literally be so immature. You can choose to not grow up as a man because your hormones, they're not like women's hormones. Women, once we get our period, we're women. Okay, that's why they say we grow up faster, right? A man can be a little boy still. So choosing to work hard is a choice. That is a choice as a man.
Yeah, that's true. I've said it before. Women just are, men are built. So basically by default, men are going to have the more difficult life. You can have an 18-year-old bimbo woman who's slightly attractive, who can potentially get with a millionaire and have an easy life. But if you're an 18-year-old bimbo as a dude, no one's coming to save you. No one.
So acknowledging that, it makes his life a little easier. You know, he's able to feel recognized. He's able to have an end goal, something to be proud of, something to motivate him, you know? Men have harder lives. Not all by choice, but a man chooses to be a man. And if your man is choosing to be a man, choosing to be hardworking, disciplined, you know, have goals in life, acknowledge that. Acknowledge that. Just like how a man acknowledges how beautiful you are, acknowledge his hard work. That is the simplest way to make a man's life easier. Acknowledgement. Acknowledgements. You know, he needs an applause every so often, a pat on the back, something. Say something to him. It doesn't have to always be physical. It doesn't have to be, you know, through love. It could be through friendship as well. Just acknowledge it. Acknowledge any man that works hard, because his life is not easy choosing to work hard. It's not.
She's really just talking about basic gratitude. That's it. And for me, this is one of the biggest green flags that you can have with your woman is just, is she grateful to have you? Just that simple thing. Is she grateful for what you provide to her? Is she grateful for your hard work? Is she grateful for the tiny things you might do for her? The fact that you might pull her a little bit to the side so she's not too close to the road. Those little protective things like that. If a woman is not grateful for what she has, she's almost destined to look for something else. It's the opposite of the grass is always greener mentality. The grass is green where you water it.
I think the best thing you can do is ask a man, babe, do you want me to pray for you? Do you want me to be quiet? Or do you want to talk? Even if he doesn't answer any of those questions, just hold space for him. Hold space for him. And remind him, I see you. And whatever it is that you're going through, I'm here.
When men learn early that explaining can lead to arguing, they save themselves a lot of stress. And my brother, the earlier you learn that, the better. But they also learn something else. They learn that sometimes it doesn't matter what they say, because no matter what, it's going to be reshaped into what their woman thinks they were trying to say. You think it easy? They notice how one sentence can turn into a whole meaning they never intended. So he goes ahead and he explains what he meant. But that doesn't really matter, because what ends up mattering is how it was felt, even if that wasn't what he meant. So the man explaining to the woman exactly what he meant still doesn't matter, because only thing that matters is how she felt. So at some point he's going to ask himself, what's the point of explaining? So instead of explaining and being misunderstood, they simplify, they say less. They choose their words carefully until they remain silent.
Open up to a woman?
Yeah.
Never. No, never.
When's the last time you think you've opened up to a woman?
We don't.
Yeah, your whole life.
Oh.
They're going to tell you can't.
Because you know why?
But it's a trap.
Because you know why?
I'm trapped like a motherfucker.
No, I'm going to tell you why. Because once you do, whenever something go down, they're going to throw it back in your face. That's why.
That's real.
That's why. So you can't ever.
That's why you cry, because your dad left you.
Yeah.
If you're coming to me emotional about something that's happening, I can't date you, bro. Like, if you got a lot of feelings, like, you're gonna need to go back to your mom.
Who wants to date a loser at
She
all?
can handle that.
He's crying, he's the loser. So he would bring certain concerns up, and you would just be like, yo, get over it.
I don't have the tolerance for that. So when you're too emotional or you're not used,
don't you want a man to be emotional?
How emotional are we talking?
That's what I'm saying. I don't want you crying to me about everything. No.
Fam, she's telling you
And that's
they don't want
exactly
an
why
emotional man.
I don't.
Y'all hear what they're saying? You hear what the ladies are saying. They are not looking for you to be emotional or even ultra emotional. Not in the States, they aren't. There are other countries, men will be emotional and women ain't tripping that much. But not in our country. And this is the reason why I brought this portion up. This is how men end up snapping. Because you can't express it to your mom. You can't talk to your sisters and aunties. Your female friends gonna laugh at you. And your girlfriends, they really gonna ridicule you. And so it builds up. You're stressed and anxious, and it builds up even more. And the next thing you know, you snap, and it all overflows, and people get hurt or disappointed. All because we were raised in a society that says you're a boy and boys don't cry.
Care.
That's why a lot of
Like-
dudes don't come to y'all with their problems.
Do not open up.
When a dude comes to you with their problem,
If you're coming to me emotional about something that's happening, I can't
Absolutely
date you,
not.
bro. Like, if you got a lot of feelings, like, you're gonna need to go back to
Who
your
wants to
mom.
date a loser at
She
all?
can handle that.
but he's a vibe though.
Hey,
He's crying, he's the
capacity to
loser.
do- I ain't
Come
never
on.
seen my daddy
Come
cry.
on.
I ain't
Even
never
3
seen my
days
daddy
is a
cry.
little
No
too
crying.
much.
She don't want no
I
crying.
ain't never
Okay,
seen my daddy
maybe.
cry.
Men do not cry. And you can't even cry too hard. There's no, it's not coming out.
Right.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm gonna use it against you. I'm gonna be like, bro, you was over there crying. That's
gonna throw it back.
my
Nah, you
God.
are. That's
Oh
never
my
gonna come.
God. This is why men hide their
Never gonna
feelings,
come to
though.
you.
Men will literally be like, I'm fighting battles no one knows about. Whole time it's just gay thoughts.
Sometimes inner thoughts should just stay inner thoughts, because no, this is not what men mean. And on top of that, this is very offensive in 2 different ways. Number 1, you're trying to use homosexuality as an insult. I'm sorry, are we in the 90s? And 2, you're trying to shame men for having a difficult time with anything in their lives, and this is exactly why they don't open up.
I think it's important for a man to be vulnerable. It doesn't make you less of a man to cry or tell me why you're like this. Like, I know society deems you as weak, but that don't make you weak. I feel like if we could talk about it and I could help you through it, we could be bigger and we could be better.
As a man, you need to pick your battles well.
How so?
It's like, for example, you can't be nitpicking and whining. This is my opinion. As a man, you need to pick your battles well. If you want to break down because you've been trying at something and maybe finally your job just fired you, you don't know how you're going to rebound and take care of the house, and you break down, that's okay. But when I'm politely talking to you about your tone and Oliver's scenario and trying to tell you how to talk to me, and you continuously do it, and now I have an issue, that's not a battle that I'm gonna fight, because you just don't have the respect for me. So as a man, you need to pick your battles. Also, on the flip end, when it comes to crying and showing emotions, you need to pick your battles. This is my opinion, ladies, we are in a time frame where a woman is quick to exploit a man and try to make him look publicly weak, especially if he does decide to be vulnerable and open and honest. So pick your battles wisely. Look at Danny's one of them.
Y'all be seeing that? I don't think so. I think men not wanting to show their emotion have to do with men and their ego. Like,
Thank you.
No,
Society deems
stop
them as
blaming
weak,
everything
though.
on society.
Danny, why did the man have this?
It's men trying to, I'm a man, I can cry. I'm
Why
a man,
did he have
I
the
can
ego,
do this.
Danny?
I'm a man, I
Danny.
can show you emotion. Come on, is y'all fault.
So the question was posed to a single mother one time. I asked, so I ain't gonna reveal who it was, but I asked a single mother. We was getting into it because I was like, yo, let that boy be a boy, let him fall, let him get some cuts, let him have a fight, like something, like get some dirt on his knees.
Add some character.
And she was like, no, he gotta, he's soft and
sensitive.
He's sensitive and all, whatever, however she described him. And I was like, yo, would you date him? Like if this was a grown man,
question.
like would you date him?
Right.
Like, when he got older, would you date him? And she said no.
Yes.
She thought about it. She gave it a good like 5 minutes, and then she thought about it. I mean, she thought about it. Then she said no.
Right.
She was like, nah, he's not the guy that I was.
So true.
This is who you're raising.
And this is who you're raising. You're
But
putting
that's
out into
half
the world.
Yeah,
it's
a fact.
There's so many men who look strong, look gangster.
Yeah, you're not
They
lying.
got that emotional side from their mother because the way the mom raised them.
Yo, so look, it's a video on the internet right now. It's going viral. It's about a guy, and he was like, a lot of men was raised by women. Right?
It's
And
true.
So we learn our emotions from women.
Right.
But a lot of us is not identifying that we got that bitch in us, and we got to get it up out of us.
Yes.
Unpop.
Single mothers that is living their best life ain't on here crying, depressed, broke, sad, tired, that's out here really living. They trigger men. That's just what it is. It's no reason why every single day it's a man talking about a single mom. That's all y'all talk about. Y'all have nothing else to talk about. But the question is why? Wouldn't you want a woman doing good?
Now, here's the part that this young lady, before we continue on, that she's not realizing. Men don't talk about single mothers in general. Men don't just, hey, we're going to talk about single mothers today on this episode of Andrea and Andrea's Love Crossing Borders. Men don't do that. On this channel and other platforms I've seen, men are busy warning men about single mothers. We don't talk about single mothers. We warn men about single mothers. Women never want to acknowledge that we do that. Y'all always talking about us. No, we're always warning men about you. We never talk about you. We never just happenstance from out of nowhere. We're discussing single moms. No, we put out content after content after content warning men don't deal with single mothers like many of us had at one point in time. That's the difference. That's the difference.
Despite the circumstances, so she could provide for her child, take care of her child, so her child is growing up happy, healthy, and whole. Why do y'all want to kick the single mom down so bad?
Well, my question is, are the kids really whole? I mean, they don't have a father around. Are they really whole?
That's a good question. Are the children really whole? Based on what the mother has to say, providing shelter, clothing, food, the kids are whole. They don't need a daddy. I'm their daddy. They talk like that here in Colombia. I'm going to say that again. They talk like that. The single mothers talk like that here in Colombia. I'm the madre and the papi. What? You the madre y papa. What? They talk like that here in Colombia. So don't just think it's just in the States women talk like this.
Are women worried about the kids' emotional state of mind? Because statistics show that kids that don't have a father are most likely to end up in prison, most likely to end up on, on drugs, most likely to end up being pedos or pedos, things of that nature, and all type of sorts of things. So, at the end of the day, are you guys really considering the kids? I mean, because it seems like you are quick to walk out of a relationship and alienate the father or leave the kids without a father while trying to put another man in the position of raising those children and identifying and defining yourselves as single mothers. No, you are a single woman. Unless that father is deceased, then you are a single mother. But a lot of y'all walking around here with children's fathers who are readily alive and available and ready to take care of their children, but you want them to bow down and submit to you in order for them to take part in their children's lives. So that's why men talk about single mothers. And I'm pretty sure it's a lot of more things that a lot of men would like to say. So drop it in the comments. Let them know why we talk about single mothers.
It's statistically a fact, single mothers, we produce the worst product, right? Part of that, when we talk about males, especially black males, we don't realize that we're programmed, because if you don't understand history, you won't realize that, like, it starts with the female. Even when we were slaves, the idea is if you program the mind of the female slave, she will raise the offspring to continue your agenda without you having to be physically involved. She will teach her children to abide, because we're the first givers of life and care when kids are small. So we train them up to be good slaves, follow these particular rules. We indoctrinate and, create certain philosophies in their mind. So by the time they're big and strong, they still following behind the same agenda that was placed into us. So when you look at males that come from single mother-headed households, if you don't get around positive male role models, you have the emotional management skills of a woman.
I didn't say it. Love Dorsey said it. I'm gonna bring that beat back. We don't need Klansmen like we used to attack the community. As long as we have emotional women raising emotional boys, the community is attacking itself. They don't need to take scholarships away from the black community. Most of y'all ain't even graduate. Most of our kids aren't even graduating high school. And then for those that do graduate high school, they can only read on the 6th grade level, like the president. You literally don't even need Klan rallies anymore. You don't need Aryan Nation. You don't need all that. White supremacists, you don't even need that no more. White supremacy can be a thing of the past starting today, because they have programmed the mothers so well to program young boys so well. You see these children just at the age of 19, 20, 21, running up and down the streets in the community, jumping on top of people's cars, running into department stores, stealing everything and running out. One young man a couple days ago, I don't know if you guys saw this young man wasn't even fighting back. He was literally being bullied by other young black kids. And when they were done bullying him, they shot him in the face. I think the kid was just 12 years old. The video is everywhere. This just happened over the last week. Kid just stood there with his backpack. All these young black kids bullying him. And when they were tired, when the fun and games were over, they shot him in his skull. We're talking about 12-year-old kids deleting 12-year-old kids. They do not have to. If y'all ever wonder, one of the reasons why I left the United States, y'all thought it was all for me, for my generation? Did y'all really think I left the States for me? My leaving the States, bro, I'm 60 years old. I left when I was 50. I came to an early conclusion that the life that centered around Andre was basically over. Most I'm going to be doing in life is sightseeing. The rest of my life is dedicated to family and glorifying God. That's it. Glorifying God and blessing my family. One of the ways I told myself I would bless my family, ain't no fucking way is my wife ever gonna live in the United States. The rest of y'all can drag a woman to the States. And for some guys, it works out well. For some of the brothers, I mean, you met your woman was from another country and you brought her home to the States and it works out well. And I've met some of them and they are some of the nicest couples I have ever met. And I mean that one. I'm not willing to gamble my wife. Fuck that. We are not eating that nasty ass food, drinking that nasty ass water, and paying those expensive ass prices. I'm not gonna throw my wife in that mess. Number two thing that I promised myself when I left the United States, I wasn't even married yet, and I knew I wasn't gonna bring my wife if I ever got married again. I hadn't even met Andrea, but I knew this. If I ever got married again, my wife was not going to be living in the States. We'll visit that raggedy motherfucker, but we will never live in the United States. You can forget that one. Number two, since I don't have any children in the States, there is no way in hell I'm giving birth to a brand new baby with that new baby smell in that destructive, evil ass country among them evil ass YNs that y'all giving birth to. Because somebody's the daddies. See, we talk about the mamas on this show, true, but somebody's giving the DNA for the woman, the seed, in other words, the sperm, to spawn these little monsters that's running rampant throughout all the cities in the United States. And I can see my son being that kid that's not, or my daughter being that kid that's not problematic, going to school, going to football practice, going to basketball practice, going to cheerleading practice, and one of y'all little badass, raggedy ass kids run up on my daughter because she got the good curly hair because she mixed, and put a knife to her throat or a bullet in my son's skull. Y'all raggedy ass kids. So I told myself, Dre, if you gonna ever have a child, ever, remember, I hadn't met Andrea yet, but if you ever have a child, your ass is not going to have a child in that motherfucker among them evil ass kids. And I said this at 50. And my prediction came true. These group of kids are the most evil kids that have walked the planet Earth. Y'all kids are horrific. People look at American kids from around the world and are like, what the, not who. They don't look at our kids like who. They look at our kids like, what is that? And I mean of all races. It ain't just black kids. It's white kids out there acting a goddamn fool too. And you think I'm gonna give birth to a brand new baby with the new baby smell, raise my children among that shit that y'all giving birth to? I wish the fuck I would. I wish I would get an American woman pregnant or drag my woman and my kids to the United States. Those are the two promises I made to myself at 50, because I knew I've done everything. I've seen everything. If I go to a club, I've been to many clubs. If I go to the forest, I've seen the forest before. If I go to a mountaintop, I've been to the mountaintops before. In other words, if I passed on today, I've had a really, really good life. So I've dedicated the rest of my life to glorifying God, by being a good example, by giving back to the community, and making sure my family don't get fucked over by dragging my family to the United States and raising my kids among the most nasty, ratchet, filthy ass children that y'all giving birth to. The fuck I would. I could see right now my daughter running home from school because y'all old jealous ass kids trying to cut her hair out of her head. I can see y'all doing some shit like that. I can see y'all Y'all sons always trying to put y'all ragged ass hands on my son because your son ugly because you gave birth to an ugly ass son with a fat bitch. My son come from a handsome mama and a handsome father, beautiful mother, and now y'all hateful ass, evil ass kids trying to cut his face and shit because the girls like him. Y'all think I'm a damn fool. Y'all think I'm stupid, huh? Ain't no way in hell I'm gonna have a family. That's one thing you will never have to worry about. America, you ain't got to never worry about me dragging a family to that motherfucker ever. Ever. We will visit, and our visit will feel like 15 minutes. Man, they just got here. They leaving already? Yes. And I love America. I talk like this, and I love America. Shh. They're gonna have my kids run around with y'all little badass kids and talk to them all type of evil shit. Everybody's doing it, Dad. It's for the cool kids. You think I'm gonna have my kids like y'all kids? If you take their cell phone, they delete you in your sleep. Half of y'all scared of your own kids. Grab their cell phone tonight if you want to. I'm gonna say that again. All you fathers, you got a teenager, go ahead, grab their cell phone tonight if your ass want to. Your ass gonna be deleted by tomorrow morning. Else, them badass kids will slice your fucking throat, you and your wife's throat, while you sleep over a fucking cell phone. And you think I want to raise my family in that environment? See, here in Colombia, the most I got to worry about is somebody doing a petty crime. Dad, what's going on, baby girl? Somebody snatched my cell phone. Don't worry about it, baby girl. Daddy gonna get you another cell phone. That's the word I got to worry about in Colombia. That's it. I got to make sure that she stay away from these emotional ass Colombian men and boys. Other than that, that's it. In America, shh. Ultra ass, emotional ass dudes. My brother said, Dre speaking facts. Shout out to user being in the building. With a $20 love. He said, Dre speaking facts. Top 3 streams. I'll take that. I kid you not, man. If y'all ever wonder my agendas, I'll be telling y'all, man, I don't be holding back. When I came down here at 50 years old, I told myself certain things will not happen. My wife already knew. Don't ask. Don't come my way talking about no damn living in the United States. I ain't like you all, you dudes. Let the woman convince y'all to move to the States. Like I say, I know some great couples that it worked out, but that is not the norm. And so I'm not about to gamble with whoever I was gonna marry, even if I hadn't met Andrea yet. But ain't no fucking way we gonna move and live in the States. Fuck that one. You ain't never got to worry about she got a green card on me and she decided to leave me. I ain't got to worry about that bullshit. And so when I married Andrea, she like, I don't want to live in the States anyway. So we ain't never had to worry about that. Our kids, my kids gonna still listen to the best of Earth, Wind, and Fire. All of Stevie Wonder's albums. Prince, Michael Jackson, Frankie Beverly and Mays, Run DMC, Wu-Tang Clan, the best of SWV. My kids gonna hear real music. You think my kids gonna be in the States listening to that bullshit your kids listening to? My kids ain't gonna even know who the fuck a Cardi B is. My kids ain't gonna know no fucking Meg Thee Stallion bullshit. You think my kids gonna be listening to Meg Thee Stallion all over here in Colombia? No, your kids gonna be programmed with that bullshit. And you wondering why your daughter, 13 years old, she going to school damn near with nothing on. And you gotta tell her, girl, if you don't take your ass upstairs and put some more clothes on. Dad, I'm trying to be like Meg Thee Stallion. I'm trying to be a city girl. My kids ain't gonna even know that city girls exist. They mama gonna teach them how to be old souls. I'm gonna teach them how to be responsible souls. Man, my kids gonna know all the delphonics, confunction, shy lights, the stylistics. Bet you back golly, wow, my kids gonna know them. My kids gonna know how to salsa and Chicago step. You think my kids gonna be back talking about something, throw it back on Instagram? The fuck I would. My kids be in the living room with their mama trying to throw it back for the gram. Like y'all kids doing. You ain't gonna be wondering what my kids ain't gonna be running outside on top of people's cars and shit because 30 other kids are doing it. Bet you my kids won't be yours. They out there right now while we talking. It's a bunch of y'all raggedy ass kids running up and down the street right motherfucking now. And you know I'm telling the truth. You know I'm telling the truth. I have never seen America in such a worse state socially and morally. I have, in my whole life, I never thought I would see this America. Politics go up and down. Prices go up and down. That's always been a part of being part of America. So I ain't tripping on the prices. I was born and raised with prices going up and down with prices. Politicians come, politicians go. War's always been going around. There's always been some type of war. So I ain't talking about that part of America. I'm talking about our moral standard, especially as Black people. We are so fucking immoral. We way out of pocket. They done chase Black men out of church in less than 50 years. The men that were the foundation of the Black community. Anything went on, Black men had our meetings and Black women had our meetings in the churches. Now you can't find a Black man in church if he ain't the pastor or the deacon. And y'all think I want to live in that? You think I want to drag my wife to that motherfucker? Really? Okay, which church are we supposed to go to? Over 80% of the Black churches are women. So which church are we supposed to go to as a couple? Yeah, okay. He said this is that Andre hit these conversation needs no holds barred. Seriously, man, I'm just being honest, man. That's a kid you not. Before y'all leave the United States, y'all gonna come with some bylaws too. You see how I just told my bylaws? One of my bylaws was my wife is not living in the States. My kids are not living in no. My kids will know all my African American history recipes. My kids gonna know how to make macaroni and cheese. Don't get it twisted for Thanksgiving. Candy yams. My kids are not gonna be making no goddamn pumpkin pie. I don't care if this country was full of pumpkins. We make sweet potato pie in this household. We make sweet potato pie. So when it comes to the culture of America, my kids will walk, they will know all about the NBA, NFL, NHL, Major League Baseball, bowling, golf. But all that ratchet shit, my daughter will not be wearing a bonnet. She'll know how to have a hair wrap. Oh, yes, she will. A bonnet in this house? Girl, you don't get that. A shower cap, yes. You about to get in that shower? Yes. You don't wear that cap around this house. You put on a hair wrap. Your little ass better look like you from Africa. That hair wrap better be so good. We don't wear bonnets in this house. Well, wait a minute. What's that right there? Girl, if you don't pull your hair back, you ain't got no damn baby hairs. Just because you got good hair, that don't mean you got baby hairs. Pull your damn hair back. What you think you doing? Well, the ratchet girls, I don't give a fuck about them ratchet ass broke bitches with they broke ratchet ass mamas and daddies. You ain't ratchet. So you don't have them fake ass baby hairs. Pull your hair back, girl. Them old crazy ass kids wish they had hair like you got anyway. Pull your hair back. Your shit gonna be looking like Sade. Pull it all the way back. Got baby hairs, girl. The hell you think you doing? I kid y'all not, man. Y'all ain't gonna sit. I did not leave the United States for me. I'll say that again. Some of y'all leaving for you. Cool, you already raised your kids, you already took care of business, and now it's time for take care of you. And I'm with you, brothers. I'm out here and I know I want to have a family, right? Some of y'all don't want to have a family out here. You already got a family back in the States. You already did the family thing. Now it's time for you. And I'm with you on that. Even if you have a girlfriend in another country or a wife in another country, it's your time. You've already did the dad thing. Now it is your time. I'm with you. Andre's bylaws center around family. And so when I left, I told myself, I ain't dragging nobody to the States. Man, my kids gonna be walking around the States like they walk around a damn museum. Wow, that's a crackhead, Dad. You told me about one of those. That's a crackhead. He's trying to clean our windshield. Wow. Oh, don't touch him? Okay, don't touch him. Dad said don't touch him. What is that? Why are they leaning up? How do you pronounce that again? Fentanyl? Is that why they're leaning like that? Wow, Dad, this is different. We've never. Dad, could you take us to Detroit where you're from? That's how my kids gonna be. They're gonna be coming with their cell phones taking pictures and shit. They can't believe that these moms. They're gonna be going to Texas like, what the hell? Dad, why are these big? Dad, why are all the women so big? Why are their eyelashes like that, Dad? Dad, look at the one lady. It looks like her hair is peeling. That's called a weave, son. When they don't have any more moisturizer or glue, their weave peels up right here. I've never seen that before. And son, this is the only time you want to see it. I won't let my son come in the house with nobody with a weave on. I wish our son would be down here talking about he got a woman. Let me see that girl. You wear weave? I wear extensions. Well, if you don't get that damn girl out of my house with them goddamn extensions in her head. Dad, I like her. And I like for you to get her out this house. Get that girl with that fake ass hair out of this house, boy. What the hell was on your mind? Is your mama hair fake? No. Is your mama hair fake? No. What about your sister? Do your sister wear fake hair? No. I'm gonna say it again. Do your sister wear fake hair? No. Any of your aunties on your daddy's side? No. Any of your aunties on your mama's side? No. What about your grandmama on your mama's side? No. What about your grandmama on your daddy's side? No. So ain't none of your people wearing fake hair. You gonna bring a girl up in this house with fake hair? Boy, if you don't get that damn girl out this motherfucking house, you done lost your mind. Get her fake ass up out of here. Back to the fake world where she comes from. Banish her, boy. Banish her. There's plenty of other women in this country. You're going to bring a girl with weave and extensions in her hair. Do not be bringing fakeness into this family. Ain't been no fakeness before you was born. Ain't going to be no fakeness after you been here. For real. That's serious. Y'all think this is the funny part. Y'all think I'm joking. That's the real Andre off camera. I'm not playing. Love Dorsey is right. A lot of times the demonstrative children are born by way of a lot of these single mothers. She's 100% correct.
It's statistically a fact. Single mothers, we produce the worst product, right? Part of that, when we talk about males, especially black males, we don't realize that we're programmed, because if you don't understand history, you won't realize that, like, it starts with the female. Even when we were slaves, the idea is if you program the mind of the female slave, she will raise the offspring to continue your agenda without you having to be physically involved. She will teach her children to abide, because we're the first givers of life and care when kids are small. So we train them up to be good slaves, follow these particular rules. We indoctrinate and, create certain philosophies in their mind. So by the time they're big and strong, they still following behind the same agenda that was placed into us. So when you look at males that come from single mother-headed households, if you don't get around positive male role models, you have the emotional management skills of a woman.
Break that down. She talking that shit.
All of your upbringing, 17, 18 years, you've only seen a woman head the household. You've only seen how a woman problem solves. You only seen how a female, i.e. your mother, handles things. You've only seen how she deals with anger, guilt, shame, different feelings. You're only watching it from her. Now, she ain't telling you act like me, but she telling you act like me because this is programming. This is psychology.
Yo. Listen to this.
If I could just sum it up, when you're raised by your mom, you're a different man. You're a different boy. And you don't like hearing stuff from other men. Like, that's really one of the biggest issues I see in hip hop and in sports. That you just have a bunch of guys that were raised by their mothers. So they never heard a man's take on what they're doing. So they can't hear it. And then we get upset, Killer. You be like, but he'll listen to his girl. He'll listen to his girl because he was raised listening to a woman. He don't listen to men at all. You'll say you have a problem with authority. No, I have a problem with men. But if a woman tell him something, she can get him to bring his whole check to her, and it's crazy.
Now, what Mate said is what I've said before, but I'm glad he putting it in context. It is a difference whether people want to agree with it or don't agree with it. It's a difference of a man being raised by just a woman and not having a father in the house. It's a different type of raise. It's a different type of structure. And a man is going to come out not always the same, but they're going to come out a little bit very emotional and all that. Having a man in the house is totally different, the discipline and all that. And I don't know if you know the stats, but most men that are raised in a single mother household end up going to prison, incarcerated, or crime and stuff like that. It's a high percentage of that. A man that is raised in the single father household, it is not as high as getting raised in a single mother household. So people don't want to talk about this, but yes, it's a difference, whether you want to believe it or not. And we just speaking on the men. Women do need to have them fathers also, but we just speaking on the men right now. And that's how I feel, and I get what he's saying, because I've seen it. I've been incarcerated, and these dudes that are so emotional, so blah, 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 blah. They was raised in a single mother household. If anybody else disagree with that, or they got something to say, do me a favor. Make it make sense. It's your man, Joaquin. See you on the next video. Peace.
Finding a lot of feminine men these days. Like, I dated somebody that I really liked, and he was about to walk out of his job and cuss everybody out and break down and cry on the phone. I'm like, it was like the weirdest.
He was probably raised by a woman, and that's the thing is that, unfortunately, we tell men to get in touch with their feminine side. It's okay to be emotional, blah, blah, blah. And the reality is there's no place for emotional men. There really isn't. And women aren't attracted to it. Society doesn't want it. Emotional men end up shooting schools and doing really stupid things. If you look at prison, it's filled with emotional men. Emotional men are the ones that hit women. Emotional men are the guys that...
These men always find some way to blame women for the most random things.
This brother just said these men always find a reason to blame women for the most random things. You're going to always have a simp that doesn't do his homework. A lot of times you hear men such as this brother say stuff like this. They was raised by their mama. What's one of the signs of being an ultra emotional man? Can't nobody tell you nothing. Everybody knows the stats of being raised by a single mother. I'm a man that's a byproduct of those stats. And yet you still have men that'll say, you're blaming women. Well, who was I in the house with, brother? Who were you in the house with, brother? Our mothers and our sisters on a day-to-day basis for 18 to 20 years. We were around the same people. No male dominance. I didn't learn all this from males. I learned it all from women. And so did this brother who made this statement. He learned to be a person that you can't tell anything to from his mama. I'll say this again, like I said earlier. You cannot learn from the missing parent. You cannot learn when your daddy ain't around on a regular basis for whatever reason. You learn predominantly from the present parent. Any behavior that you picked up was not from your daddy that wasn't around for 21 years, for 27 years. Any behavior that you picked that up from your mama, your grandmamas, your aunties, and your older sisters, if not your younger sisters. Some of y'all hate that one. To sit back and hear somebody say you picked that up from your present parent, that stings. That stings me. I mean, for me to say that means I put my mom, who God rest her soul, in that same category. Yes, I picked up all my ultra emotional actions until I went to therapy and got control of them. I picked them all up from Dorothy Lee. My mother was ultra emotional. My sister Candy, the mad slasher, who picked it up from my mom, ultra emotional. Did I not tell you all my aunties were ultra emotional? So what did you think would happen to many of us men that were with the present parent, all the single mothers in our family? We grew up, and for some of us, not all, but some of us, we became ultra emotional. And you guys don't want to admit that. Your mama's still alive. You talk to your mama tomorrow, and you are not willing to admit, yeah, I picked up some of my mama traits. Let's continue on.
How are you blaming single mothers for men's inability to control their own emotions?
You get a man in a relationship who's had a single mom in the home, and all he's learned is how to process his emotions as a woman. And then he gets with a woman. You have two emotional women in a relationship.
Damn. I don't want that one to slide by. I want y'all to hear this one again.
Find some way to blame women for the most random things. How are you blaming single mothers for men's inability to control their own emotions?
You get a man in a relationship who's had a single mom in the home, and all he's learned is how to process his emotions as a woman. And then he gets with a
He learned how to process his emotions as a woman. So as the other brother was trying to say it's us men saying that, did we not just watch Love Dorsey and several other women, including this woman, say men learned emotions from their mother? Did we not just listen to all that? But the one brother with the braids is going to say, when he saw Myron, why are y'all blaming mothers? Okay, so are you saying that to these women who are talking right now? Because women are blaming mothers too. And I'm saying that to you guys in the comment section. You guys are going to watch this live stream afterwards. It's easy to come at Andre. He's a guy. He don't know my mama. He don't know nothing about how women work. That's why I purposely put in clips of women telling you, you act like your mama. I purposely put in clips because I knew you wouldn't believe it if I had put in all male clips. You'd have been like, oh, male, them dudes just talking about people. They don't know what they're talking about. It's women, therapists, and public speakers telling you, you men in the States and in other countries act like your fathers. Hell no. You act just like your mama. And I like what this sister said. As you express your mama's traits, now this woman is in a relationship with another woman. She ain't lying. She ain't lying. If your woman is wired by God to be emotional, and you learned from a woman to be emotional, by way of emotions, there are two women in this relationship. The girlfriend, and by way of learned behavior, your mama. Your mama lived 3 states away, yet she's in your relationship because you're an ultra emotional man that can't nobody tell ish to. You represent your mama. Some of y'all mamas have passed away. She still lives emotionally through you. So now your mama's emotion is in a relationship with a woman who was born to be emotional. Oh, Dre, man, you taking it to a whole nother level. All right. Y'all think I'm kidding? In prison, I used to volunteer at the chapel. We would get in maybe 2 boxes of Father's Day cards. About 2 boxes. And I'm talking about 2 small boxes. Maybe 70 cards in all. You couldn't give away 7. In prison of 2,000 men, you couldn't give away 7 Father's Day or father-like Christmas cards. You know, Merry Christmas, Dad. You couldn't give them motherfuckers away. Mother's Day. You had to have 3,000 to 4,000 Mother's Day cards. And they would run out every year for Mother's Day or mother's-centered Christmas cards. They couldn't keep them in stack. There was never enough. So don't tell me that y'all are not more connected to your mamas than you think. Because I've seen how y'all act about y'all mamas. Any emotional connection, not just a mother and son love. No, Y'all, some of us love our mother like I'm the tutor, she's the guru. Teach me, mother, how to be emotional like you. Some of y'all treat y'all mother like she's at the top of the Shaolin temple of emotions. I want to know how to be able to be irrational. I want to learn how to be unaccountable. Mothers, teach me the way of the Shaolin. Some of y'all mothers have taught y'all the 36 chambers of emotions. Some of y'all mothers have taught y'all the Shaolin 36 chambers of emotions. One of them can't tell you nothing. Another one is how to be violent with your words. Men are so violent with their words now. Another one, you better not take nothing from nobody. You always right. You dudes have learned the 36 chambers of emotions from your mama before, just like the Shaolin temple, they send you out into the world. And you wonder why the world look at you like you a damn fool being ultra emotional. And you wonder why real women don't want to date you. They'll just have sex with you. You wonder why women get restraining orders on you. Some of you dudes in the comments right now, you know that at one point in time in your life, you either got a friend or a family member or even your dang self, you've had a restraining order put on you. And you didn't even realize you learned all the emotions on how to go overboard and become ultra emotional from your mama. Because us men have been programmed, never say nothing about our mama. That's my mama. And the older she get and the grayer her hair get and the whiter her hair get, we forget that our mother was once young when she was raising us. See, I ain't like y'all. I remember when my mama was 26, 27. I ain't like y'all. I don't pretend like my mama was always in her 60s. I remember how my mom was acting when she was 23 and I was 4 and 5 years old. I remember how my mom acted at 31. Some of y'all try to pretend to act like your mama always had white hair and an apron on. And she was always baking cookies. And she always had grandkids. Even when you was a kid, your mama somehow had grandkids. That's in your mind. That's why y'all get mad when somebody talk about y'all mama, because you think about your mother today at 71, today at 63, today at 84. Your mama ain't always been 84 like my mama wasn't always 67. I ain't gonna lie and sit up here and try to tell y'all my mom wasn't never 27 years old. Your mama was 27 years old at one point in time. You better open up some of them old photo albums from the 70s, 60s, and 50s and look at how your mama dressed and saw how your mama was at the party, at the cabaret, doing her thing, cute as she wanna be. Couldn't nobody tell your mama nothing like they couldn't tell my mama nothing at the club, at the house party. Trying to act like your mama always been in her 70s and 80s. Your mama used to be fine, bruh. I'm gonna say this again. You looking at your mama like she old, and that's just, let's go check on mom. We're about to go check on mom. Mom getting up there in age. Man, you don't remember your mom used to be fine. Some of y'all mamas got deep green eyes. They're almost brown now because she's getting older. But when your mama was 23, them green eyes used to pop. Her pupils, white as can be. Your mama fashion, your mama was fashionable like mine. Couldn't nobody touch your mama hairstyle. Couldn't nobody touch your mama's style when it came to shoes and boots, dresses, jeans. Your mama was styling with the best of them. Your mama was like my mama, showing her what the 60s and 70s was all about. But no, y'all listen to me tonight and you glance over and see your mama's photo and she got all the grandkids around her. You look at your mama's photo and see 73. God bless her soul. 73. She got the grandkids around her, the great grandkids. And so you think I'm talking about that mama. I'm not talking about the mama with the grandkids and the great grandkids. I'm talking about when your mama was young and you were being developed. When my mama was young and I was being developed. So stop thinking about the mama who you see in that photo or the mama you talk to tomorrow morning. I'm talking about your mother when she was young and you were young and you were being developed. That emotional mama. That one right there. She was built to handle emotions. You as a man weren't. Even though you picked up the traits. Even though I picked up the ultra emotional traits. He say, no, Dre, some moms are still the same at their big old age like mine. Mine was the fact, my mom was, you was walking on broken glass talking to Dorothy till the day that she died. If y'all want to know why I call my mother by her first name, because for the last 10 years, when I got out the feds, the last 10, 20 years of her life, the only way I can get her attention to let her know that I was serious in the conversation, I would have to say Dorothy Lee. Mom, we better go pay on this. I don't feel like it. Mom, let's go pay this bill real quick. We'll be right back. You can finish watching your television show. Dorothy Lee. Get dressed. We are about to go pay your bill. It's only going to take an hour. It's not like you're driving. Let's go, lady. And I would turn the television off. This is my house. You don't turn no TVs off. Sounds good, Dorothy. Now go on in there and do what you need to do. And we go pay the bill and she'd come back and watch her show. Or take her to the grocery store or whatever. But if I call her mom, it's like taking a time machine, going back to the 70s, hearing her, and I'm walking on broken glass all over again. So you guys who got mothers that still got that mouthpiece, still got that attitude at an older, in a big old age, take it from me. I understand what you're talking about. I understand what you're talking about. Salute to my brother AMSL in the building. And to everyone in the chat. Let's go back to what the sister was saying. She was saying that a man that was raised by his mother only is as if a woman, and he's entered into a relationship, because men these days are ultra emotional, it's as if two women are in a relationship. And she's right.
Random things. How are you blaming single mothers for men's inability to control their own emotions?
You get a man in a relationship who's had a single mom in the home, and all he's learned is how to process his emotions as a woman. And then he gets with a woman. You have two emotional women in a relationship. A man.
So he is a woman too?
Emotionally, he is.
If he's only been, in the household with women, you feel like he's emotionally a woman as well.
And that's how men become emotionally unstable, because they learn how to only process their emotions as a woman does, which means
Facts. And a lot of us don't want to admit that. A lot of us don't want to admit that. A lot of us don't want to admit that. We want to get a passport, we want to travel, but you are not emotionally even ready to be out here. And that's why it's so easy to get you dudes drugged and robbed. Why? Because part of being an emotional man is can't nobody tell you. Let me turn this light out. That's why I try to figure out why is it so bright? I had this extra light on. That looks much better. Because when a brother like you guys warn them, hey, bro, you might want to stay off of Tinder. Man, you can't tell me nothing, dog. This is my money. I'm a grown man. Stop dick watching. Stop pocket watching me. Right? Same flair that mothers give. When she trying to tell, when your mama tell you do your homework, boy, cut that TV off and do your, boy, if you don't cut that damn TV off and do your homework, right? The same flair. Can't tell them nothing. And so they get robbed, they get drugged, and then they want to blame everybody in Colombia because they got robbed and they got drugged. It's amazing. They blame everybody for them getting robbed and they got drugged, except for the one that taught them how to be ultra emotional and tell people who warned them about getting drugged in Colombia. And yet they're like, you can't tell me anything. Don't be pocket watching me. I'm a grown ass man. This is my money. I'm here in Colombia. You sound just like your mother. And you move just like a single mother. No accountability. Can't nobody tell you nothing. If they do, you get mad and emotional. And then when you get drugged and robbed, you don't take accountability and you blame everybody except yourself for getting drugged and getting robbed in Colombia, in Brazil, get hustled in Europe, get scammed in Spain or Thailand. And you wonder why it's so easy to be done. Because you are emotionally wired to respond and react like your mother did when you watched her. She didn't tell you to do these things, but you were watching how she handled things. And it works for a woman. I'm going to say this again. Emotions or feelings work for women. Being ultra emotional never works for men. It rarely works for women. Women can be emotional and being in your feelings. That's a woman thing. Cool. We ain't got no problem with that. But when men take on the trait and try to respond and react and maneuver with emotions or feelings, I don't feel like I need to listen to you. I don't feel like I need to give you an answer. I don't feel like I need to hear you out. I don't feel like you get robbed and you get drugged every single time. I have yet, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, I have yet to see a dude that get robbed and got drugged in Colombia and even deleted and you're in the grave that did not do it because his emotions or he felt like ignoring the truth and doing what he felt. I feel like I want to have sex with this woman. The truth said, stay off of Tinder, stay off of Bumble apps. I might get robbed. I could most likely get drugged, but I feel like having sex with her. So I do like my mother did, move in my feelings. And when my mother moves in her feelings, it seems to work out. Why? She's a woman. She's wired to move in her feelings. But if you as a man try to use your feelings in Colombia at 4 o'clock in the morning doing what you feel like doing, you got robbed, you got drugged, you got scammed, you got hustled, and for some of you, you ended up in the grave in Colombia because you imitated your mama's feelings. You are a man. You are not wired to walk in feelings. You are wired to walk in rationality, logic, stoicism. Where women aren't like that, men are. Where women are, as far as feelings and emotions, men aren't wired for that. And that's why you have so many emotional young kids running around, disrespecting teachers. Every time you turn around, there's a new video coming out of a student attacking a teacher. And the teacher doesn't want to lose his job or his license, so the teacher just stands there and take the butt whooping from the kids. Your kids. Yours. And like I said before, y'all wonder why I'm not raising any kids in the United States. I would raise my kids around y'all little ratchet ass kids, little badass monsters. My kids are gonna be picking up none of your ragged ass kids' traits. So y'all can forget that. In other words, my kids will not be raised around emotional ass boys and girls that know nothing but emotions they learn from their present parent. Who is their present parent? Those of us who was raised by single mothers, who was our present parent? Our mother. And your kids are picking up their traits from their present everyday parent. Who's there every day? Their mother. Every day. You can't pick up traits from the parent that's not there every day. Dad's not there at all or every day. So who are these people picking up these men picking up these emotional traits to where they are deleting whole families? We just watched a video of 3 black men that deleted whole families because feelings and emotions. Who did they learn feelings and emotions from? Their mother, the present parent. Let's continue on. We're almost done, gentlemen.
Means they're not leading with the message, they're leading with emotion.
So my first son, I was a single mother. And so do you think he emotionally, maybe he's like a woman? Because, I mean, his father was in his life, but not as much as me.
Yeah.
So.
Did I not just say that? That fathers statistically aren't present enough or present at all in the lives of boys. And therefore, we, plural, we take on the traits of the present parent. Who is the parent that was mostly present in your life that you noticed every day and you pick up their traits? Your mama, my mama, our mothers. Like this young lady.
How does he process his emotions? I mean, does he lead with this is the message, or does he lead with more of a emotional, this is how I feel?
I don't really know. Maybe I need to pay that a little bit more attention.
Yeah.
He's a young adult, so maybe I need to pay that part more attention. It's interesting that you say that. And I can absolutely see that being a single mom and you're raising boys and they've only had you, so they kind of process everything like a woman would process.
Where do they learn from what man how to process
if there's no man there?
Like a man. How do they learn that?
A boy that's raised by his mother is a very, very, very emotional man.
Very.
And I've seen them all over the internet. They get very emotional. They'll kill you over nothing because they've learned to be emotional from a woman. They don't know how to balance emotions. Because you see one thing about men, when men parent, they parent off of logic. So children can see the emotional parent.
And you go up and ask the mom and dad as well.
Yeah. So a woman will be like, stop doing this now. But the man will just be like, yo, let me see you do that again. You see that? You didn't even have to shout. Let me see you do that again.
That's why these little guys shout so much.
Let me see you do that again if you're bad.
Some of these dudes act the way they act because of how they were raised. If you pay attention, he probably acts just like his mother because he only had his mother. He didn't have his father. Pay attention to his mother. She's probably loud, messy, drama-filled. These men be the same way.
The reason I spread myself amongst so many women was because the nature of the relationship with my mother, there was a lot of abuse and neglect. And so in order to get that acceptance from women, I knew I could perform in the bedroom. I needed the acceptance I didn't get from my mom, and so I sourced it from women. And so I'm in the shit out these women that I care nothing about.
Okay, true.
Just so I for real, like
I had her legs up in the air and I was making
I'm not
cooking.
bro, like I'm trying, you know what I'm saying?
It's my love from my grandma that made me love.
He's using what he knows, the next best thing he knows, to try to get something that doesn't actually occur in this space. Like, you can't give that man maternal energy, right? That's why I feel like a lot of men looking for their mama, it feel like a lot of men expect to be taken care of a certain type of way, is because they looking for an affirmation that doesn't actually come from romantic relationship. And I'm saying this as a nigga that did that.
So did I. Most of my sex life was pat on the back sex. Most of the women that I was with, I could care less. 90% of them I couldn't tell you their name, even while I was having sex with them. Gorgeous women, professional women. Like I told y'all, I was bougie. I won't mess with no hood chicks. My whole life I've been like that. I was messing with the girl that was already in college, the chick that was hanging out at the library, the chick that had internships, the chick that was too busy for me, but when she wasn't busy, she was horny. That was me. I was the available dude. I was the boy toy. And I can easily admit the reason why out of all the women I was having sex with, I only was in 4 relationships in my whole life. So you've been with all these hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds, and you get the point, women in your life, Dre, and you've only had 4 romantic, true relationships in your life, including my wife and my ex-wife. 4. So what was the purpose of all the other women in your life, Dre? Like most men that were raised by a single mom, they were just good for a pat on the back. After they get done squirming and squirting and looking at me like I was the greatest thing in the world, that was my pat on the back. Them going in the kitchen and cooking for me when they didn't cook for the next man, my sex life was the pat on the back. Them calling me as when they could call any other dude after they finished going on a date with you, they could call anybody, but they called me to bring the extra slice of cheesecake from the Cheesecake Factory after y'all cheesecake date, and she comes smear it on me. That was the pat on the back. It was the pat on the back that I didn't have a father present to give me. My mother never really gave me a pat on the back for sports. She was happy, but she didn't give me that real pat on the back like a man would. For my art, she just knew I was a gifted painter and drawer and artist. But she never gave me the pat on the back that a man that was a dad would of appreciation. When it comes to my love of anime or anything that was part of that genre, she was just happy that I stayed out of trouble. I never really got a pat on the back. Being part of student council, being on chess leagues. I mean, I was a chess champ as a 12-year-old. Well, as long as he's not in trouble. But I never got a pat on the back like a dad would have, and the pride that a dad would have had because his 12-year-old son out there smashing old men in chess. Or your son is on the city council. Or your son is playing tight end on the football team. And I'm not coming at my mom because that was not her job to give me those pat on the backs. So when I went to the streets, I didn't look for drugs to give me a pat on the back. I didn't look for alcohol to give me a pat on the back. I look for women that's going to give me a pat on the back in that bedroom. And just like my brother just said, I was smashing them. And every time they cried, every time they said, Andre, I want you to be the first one in my booty. Every time they swallowed my nut, when they say I usually don't swallow like this. Every time they did something that made me feel like I was different, my sex life was just pats on the back, man. After a while, it wasn't about the coochie anymore. I had enough coochies in my life. But the one void that I did have, I could never get enough pats on the back. So I went through hundreds of women so I could get hundreds of pats on the back. And a lot of us men are like that. We don't want to admit that. It ain't just all about the sex. The sex was great. We appreciate the sex. But some of us that didn't have dads around to give us a pat on the back, we use our sex game so women can brag to others. Come on, guys. There were times when you stand over that bed like you was like, yes, my name is Thor. And I have just thrown thunderbolts between her legs. Come on, man, when she get off the bed and she start quivering and them legs start shaking. When she look back at you and say, put it in my booty. And you like, what? Put it in my booty. And she looking back. Come on, the times when she sat back and she lied to her job and said she can't come to work that day because she knew you was gonna beat the brakes off that coochie that afternoon. And she couldn't wait to get off work. She was gonna skip work for. Don't act like I was the only one that was having pat on the back sex. She squirt, you working there, and all of a sudden she's squirting the liquids, juices from her loins. Don't tell me that didn't stroke your ego. Don't tell me you having sex with a woman for the first time from another culture wasn't a pat on the back. Don't tell me when you got that Ukrainian coochie. Other dudes you knew ain't never had no Ukrainian coochie. Ladies, we do enjoy the intimacy and the sex with you. We really do. We really did. All those strokes, them slow strokes that made you cry, we knew what we were doing. And for some of you ladies, you're going to get stroked tonight. I ain't mad at you. But I'm gonna tell you something. One of the reasons we hit it so good, because we never had anybody in our lives that gave us a pat on the back. And so we used our sex game. Even when we went to college, mom was happy, but that's one day of graduation. That's not every day. Even when we start making good money, nobody patted us on the back. When you start making good money, what happens to you as a man? People start begging for good money. Hey, dog, I know you got, hey, can I get a loan me? Baby, this your mama, now send me. Where's the pat on the back for me making good money? Oh, you don't get one. You don't get a pat on the back. You just get people asking you for money the more money you make. You're not a drug head. You're not an alcoholic. But the one area you know that you can kill a game is with them strokes. And since your dad wasn't around to give you a pat on the back, like my dad wasn't around because he died when I was 1, I look for the women to give me a pat on the back. I don't care if it was a look in their eyes that they gave me when they were crying during the sex. I don't care if it was how tight they hugged me during the sex. I don't care if it was the quivering of their legs or how hard they were riding. Have you ever seen those women that ride you so hard they look like they relieved, like they ain't never rode in their life? They just so happy to be on top, and you just looking. It's almost like you just sit up there eating popcorn, watching her ride, because she is so into it and so happy. I've had women riding and looking at me, and you know what? I've had women riding and not looking at me. It's so into their zone. It's looking so at bliss. I've had women riding and their face is filled with bliss, peace, because they riding it so good and it feels so good to them. And they can't believe it's been 6 months, a year and a half, and they finally get a chance to ride somebody. "90% of my sex life was pat on the backs, just so I can get that missing pat on the back that I never got from a deceased father." So when this brother says that he got a pat on the back and he was having pat on the back sex with women because they made him feel good in a way that a missing father was never able to pat him on the back, I know that feeling. That's why I was only in 4 serious relationships, including my wife. Kid you not. Wish I was lying, but I didn't care nothing about those women. I just cared about the feeling that I felt when they orgasmed, when they screamed, when they hyperventilated. Oh, don't let them hyperventilate. Don't let them can't catch their breath. What? You know what that did for my ego? Is it just me? I would do something to one chick and couldn't wait to get to the next chick to see if it happened again. If this chick cried, I would try to make the next 6 chicks cry. No proof that it would happen. If this chick want to get choked and called a bitch, oh, the next 6 getting choked and getting called a bitch. I want to see the reactions of all. I need all 6 to pat pats on the back. If this one say bust in my eye, oh, all the next 6 going blind. I'm busting in everybody's eye. I'm busting in nostrils because I want 6 pats on the back. It went past giving them pleasure. It was past me having pleasure. A man gonna get his pleasure. He gonna have his orgasm. So I'm trying to make sure everybody have an orgasm. One chick want a paddle. Every chick I go, the next 6 chicks, everybody getting a brand new paddle. I'm getting a brand new, I'm going to the toy store, getting one chick want a dog chain, the next 6 or 7 chicks getting a dog chains. Why? Because I want 6 or 7 pats on the back. Oh my God, Andre, I've never experienced, oh my God, stop it. You're driving me crazy. I need to drive 6 of them crazy. Why? Pats on the back. Why? Because I didn't have anybody in my youth pat me on my back. And the better I was in the bedroom, the more I felt like, and I noticed they were giving me the salute pat on the back. Cost me nothing. They didn't care about my money at 4 o'clock in the morning. The last time y'all had a woman care about your money at 4 o'clock in the morning but a pay for play? Regular women are not caring about your money. It's wintertime. It's snowing outside. She got a man in her house. Kids are gone with their daddy. She ain't thinking about how much money you make, if you 6 figures, if you 6 feet, if you got a 6-pack. All she knows is that she is snowing outside and she ain't had no sex in 4 to 5 months. And the kids are gone for Christmas holidays with their daddy. And it is 4:30 in the morning. Time to get some pats on the back. And I grew up and I matured. And when I went to therapy, I realized, okay, am I having sex with these women because I really want to give them pleasure? Or am I really doing it to stroke my ego? And I can't lie. Probably after a few years of getting mine, it felt good to get my ego stroked. I ain't gonna lie. Most of my sex life was centered around my ego far more than an orgasm. If I don't bust a nut at all and she does, I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm dancing in the streets. Why? I got a pat on the back. I got past the point, I'm gonna get mine. I want to see her get hers, what it looks like. Is she a crier? Is she a shaker? Is she a screamer? Is she quiet? Is she one of the ones that beg for it again? Is she the ones that squirm? What? I want to see that. Why? My ego. Pat on the back. Pat on the back. That's why I don't cheat on my wife. Because I know 99% of the reason why I'm sleeping with that other woman is not because she's sexy, not because I want her, not because she cool, and all those things might be true. But I know, Andre, the number one reason why you sleeping with that Colombiana behind your wife's back, if I did something crazy like that, is because of my ego. I want a fresh pat on the back. And since to thyself be true, I don't have to worry about that. Why? I'm not as eager to get pats on the back from another woman. I'm happy with the woman that makes me feel good, that strokes my ego. It makes me feel happy with her being happy. In other words, I guess I've outlived or had enough pats on the back in life to where if I want to do anything, I just walk down memory lane with you guys telling stories. But that's it. No more me being out there with chicks just just for my ego. Just for my ego. He said, you are correct. Therapy, shout out to Corporal SC, Mr. Smith himself. He said, you are correct. Therapy is the best thing that I have ever done. Yep. He said, Andre, I wasn't expecting your 7-minute age gap video to do good. I'm gonna have to check that out. I'm going to check it out to do so good. Shout out to you. He said, that's funny. He said, I thought it was just me. Yeah, man. Yeah. Andre After Dark. Yeah, this is serious, man. I have to clip this one, put this part on Patreon. He said, when I was younger, I began working in law enforcement, and it changed my direction, focus, and view. I was able to get counseling for my family issues that I carried into adulthood. And that's what I did. My brother Jay Kaysen in the building, he said this. He said, you are speaking facts. He said, riding, biting, yep. Biting bottom. It's as if you ain't even in the room. Jay Kaysen, there are women that will ride you as if you ain't even in the room. They ain't looking at you. They got their hands on your chest while they're riding, but you can tell. This is the funny part. You can tell she's not thinking about another person. She's just going through sexual euphoria. It's like you looking up at her like, hello, I'm here. It's me that you're writing. And they will have their head back, zoned out, feeling so good. Just like, oh, Andre, hi. What do you mean, hi? I've been here the whole ride. What's going on? How are you, Andre? I kid you not, man. That's happened a few times where you just look at them like, is she is gone. She ain't even thinking about me no more. Is this woman in prayer while she riding? Goodness gracious. Just gone. He said, I used to use my dick for blessing these women. He said, God like activities. Seriously, man. He said, you telling the truth. He said, I was a great feeling. It was a great feeling to have control over women who were administration, supervisors, upper management, but it was fleeting. Absolutely correct. By the time I got done with one, I was ready to be on to the other one. I could not have any emotional connections. I had so many women in my life. It was very hard for me to have emotional connections. Very hard. I mean, I'm talking about my post-nut clarity was even before I even nutted. I would know I wouldn't want them anymore. I don't care how fine she was. I would know. I could look at them and say, I wouldn't want her. After I nut, my clarity will be clear. I'll be making a game, dude. Before I even lay down with a chick, I'll be mentally putting together a game plan of how I'm gonna get the hell up out this house. I got a flight in the morning or whatever it is. I ain't have no flight. I'm just making excuses, but any excuse I can make up, man. It was fleeting. Seda says, look at all the makeup and the blonde wigs and lashes. Oh yeah, earlier. Let's finish off this video real quick. We're almost done because we're on the travel side. Travel is therapy.
A man who has been hurt by their mother and has an unhealed mother wound is often a very emotional, unavailable partner in his relationships. There are different examples of a mother wound that are present within men that are often not talked about. If he was the one in the family that was looked upon as the husband or the caregiver or the provider, he's already been shaped to take care of them, which will cause strife in your relationship because he was put in that role due to that family dynamic.
There's research that says people actually change their lives more after they travel than after therapy. I can already feel the therapist coming after me.
Jesus Christ.
Now, to be clear, this is not about therapy being bad, okay? That's not what I'm saying at all. This is about understanding why travel works so differently. When you travel, you're not talking about who you could be. You're actually being a different version of yourself. So a shy person might become outgoing when they travel. A people pleaser might become more selfish when they travel. It's almost like one is insight and the other is proof. Women who travel at least twice a year are significantly less likely to suffer from depression than women who only travel once every 2 years.
Science shows that traveling abroad can be great for your brain, and here's why. Traveling abroad can help you relax, but it can actually do more to your brain than you realize. The moment you arrive somewhere new, your brain has to start paying attention because the streets are going to look different, the sounds are going to be unfamiliar, and the language that people speak may not be yours. So your brain cannot predict what comes next, so it really has to pay attention. This is an example of neuroplasticity in real life, and the brain builds new connections when it cannot rely on habits. The novelty of visiting a new place strengthens learning, attention, and flexibility, and that is why people often feel more creative while they're traveling. And new cultures can loosen your rigid thinking, and problems that felt stuck before a trip often feel clearer after, because the brain finally has room to see them differently. And navigating unfamiliar places can help you build confidence, because each small success, like navigating a new city or learning new words from a new language, can help you rewire your sense of what you can handle, and that confidence will follow you home. And you do not need luxury or long trips. Even a few days of novelty can help. And if traveling is not possible, changing your life still works, like visiting a new neighborhood or ticketing for a route to work or back home, or learning from people around you with a different culture.
Did you know there was a study done that confirmed that the happiest part of traveling is not necessarily the trip, it's actually before you leave? This study talked about how people were significantly happier before the trip because they had something to look forward to. Now, as a mental health therapist and a fellow lover of travel, I absolutely love this. And let me explain why. And you might not agree with this, but why this matters is because having experiences and goals and things to look forward to, things on your calendar, actually is going to bring you a lot more happiness in your life. The anticipation that you have, the excitement that you have, it literally regulates your nervous system and will boost the happy chemicals in your brain. Having hope, having something to look forward to is healing and will help your mental health. It's not always about the vacation itself or the destination. Sometimes it's literally just about the anticipation of where you're going, what you're doing, and the preparation before. So the reason I say this, you might not be able to book a vacation right now, but have things on your calendar to look forward to. Goals, certain days, times you're going to see your friend, events, going to the beach. Make plans on your calendar of things that actually excite you as another happiness hack. Save this and fall for more.
I don't know who this is for, but you don't always have to go on vacation in order to have a reset. Staycations and daycations can work just as well. So the next time you're in need of a change of scenery, maybe try a daycation where you take a road trip and travel to the next town over from where you live. There are a lot of hidden gems right in your backyard.
She is 100% correct. 100% correct. As I mentioned to you guys earlier, Andre and I got our Michael Jackson custom t-shirts, and we got some anime shirts from the anime, in regards to the anime Dragon Slayer. Shout out to all you Dragon Slayer fans. And Clash of the Titans t-shirts, right? But the place that made the best quality was an hour drive from here. So we got in the car, got us some snacks, put some Michael Jackson music on, and headed down the highway. Now, most guys will say, man, I'm not about to drive an hour down the highway just for some t-shirts. No, it was to go in the new town, check out the scenery. We stopped and had some healthy yogurt desserts. got the t-shirts that we were looking for, the Michael Jackson and the anime shirts. And we drove back home, sunny, listening to Michael Jackson, just jamming away. We listened to the whole Off the Wall album and the Thriller album. And it was like having a mini staycation. We didn't have to catch a flight. We didn't have to get on a boat. All we had to do was just get in the truck, pull the sunroof back, and just enjoy a trip for a couple of hours. Some of you guys live in states that have some amazing small areas, small towns around you. And you've yet to drive to some of those towns. Some of your states, you know, America, we like to have festivals for everything. Some of you guys have states that have festivals for everything. And you never go. I remember in Florida when I was there, they had the Tiny Homes Festival, right? It's one thing to watch HGTV and you see the tiny houses on TV, right? And people are building and living in tiny houses. It's another thing to go and actually see tiny houses. Could I, at 6'3", live in one of these? How do I get in the bed at my height? And they're amazing homes, amazing architecture. So just to see something on the other side of Florida for a few hours was amazing. So sometimes you don't have to fly to enjoy a vacation. Sometimes you can get a daycation or a staycation in your own state or location and just enjoy the day, man. Yeah, Demon Slayer. Yes, sir. Demon Slayer. Yes, sir. Tasty. Tasty. Yeah, got me a few Demon Slayer shirts, man. Got me a few of them. And a couple of Clash of the Titans shirts. But yeah, man, kids, I can't wait to go back. They do, excellent quality. I can't wait to show them to you guys. Excellent quality work. Let's get back to the video. Like I said, we're on a vacation part and we're almost done. We're on that part of that travel is therapy.
Or if you want something a little bit more extended, you can book yourself a staycation right in your hometown at a local hotel, a bed and breakfast, somewhere that you've never been. You would be surprised what staying overnight in a different environment can do for your mental reset as well. Now go make it your business to stay healthy, be well, and take care of you.
There's nothing that relieves my anxiety more than booking a trip. Like, just knowing that I have a trip coming up, something to look forward to, something to pack my suitcase and roll it down the airport, use my pre-check or clear, use my points, go in that lounge, get some champagne, and wait for my flight to board. Like, I cannot wait.
Hey, what's up, Doc? I'm just told the last patient something that I think is critical, especially if you're a young person, okay? And this is a great way to help your depression, anxiety, and it's just to travel. Buddy Winters, travel. That's my logo, that's my book. But it is necessary. Why does travel, and I wrote this on the exam table for him, why does travel help us? But its main reason is it just opens your mind, opens your heart, soothes your soul, especially getting in the great outdoors. And you don't have to go anywhere exotic. I know the pusher, I don't have the money, and da-da-da-da. You can go to a state park. State parks in the U.S. are amazing. There's lakes, there's creeks, there's travel, there's terrain, there's places to walk and just get your feet, get grounded. It'll change your life, young people. And look here, let me give some advice. Don't wait till you're old to go travel. Make your bucket list now and start planning to go on these trips, because it matters. Because when you get old, I'm 58, I can already feel it. I'm more tired than I used to be. I want to go to bed at 9:30. I don't want to go as much as I used to go. And I know everybody feels like they're stuck and they got kids. Well, get babysitters, beg, borrow, and steal. To go on travel when you're young. Don't wait until you're too late. That's one of my number one advice for you. It'll help you travel is mental health. You remember that. Travel is mental health. It'll change your life. Let's go. I'm Dr. Clay, and I'm your family doctor.
All right. That's the end of the video segment. And our prayers and condolences goes out to those loved ones who lost their children in Shreveport, Louisiana. It's just sad. But at the end of the day, it brings an awareness to the fact that men need to focus on our mental health. We focus on our physical health by going to the gym and eating properly, making sure that we get proper sleep. We focus on our financial health as well as our other forms of health. We've got to make sure that we focus on our mental health. It is imperative. It is imperative that we do this. Thank you guys for hanging out with your boy so late. I know it's a little bit after 1 o'clock where you guys are. We're going to do just one outro video. Appreciate every one of you guys being here. Let's get ready to do some outros. At least do one. Oh, we haven't done this one in a while.
Hey, son. Yeah. Yeah. Like it or love it, it's double or nothing. You ain't getting money, then you bugging. Damn fat, you know I'ma hug it. Lows by the truck. Up the budget, cashing it in, damn I'm a bucket. OD, you know I overdoes it. If it ain't moolah, we cannot discuss it. Her name ain't Erica, she finna bust it. Her name ain't Mega, but yeah, she a stallion. The way that we dress her ran out of Italian. New chain bustin', peep the medallion. Pull your own troubles out by the gallon. Her name ain't Lotta, but she from the south. Her name ain't Ruby, she got a big mouth. Putting it in, she sticking it out. Putting it in, she sticking it out. She like salsa, one in a hole, just like a golfer. If you ain't leeching, what can you offer? Ain't got it, they just be talkers. Ain't got it, they just be talkers. They gon' tell you what you wanna hear. Yeah, put you in a nice pair. Best if you don't listen. All this shit from me, I'm making her wet. It's double line, they know we the set. They know we up next, that's why they upset. Diamonds on me, and you know it's baguettes. Falling so hot, man, I need me a rap. If you ain't on time, then you getting left. Can't live in the past, ain't got no regrets. Ain't looking for love, just when we like it or love it, still gotta respect it. How you in first, but you coming in second. They watching your next, so you gotta protect it. Running it up and we breaking the records. You gave us your last, you should've just kept it. Eyes on me as soon as I step in. The eye on me, you know what I'm repping. It's eyes, so yeah, you know what we dressing. Our blessings is coming, they know that we destined. Like it or love it, they know how we coming. Just send us the budget, send us the budget. She went a second, my hands are on weed. She tell me don't touch it. What you doing? We bringing them vibes, you know we don't force it. Tell them don't rush us. Don't rush us at all. Hate us or love us, it really don't matter. Ain't holding no grudges. Like it or love it, it's double or nothing. You ain't getting money, then you bugging. Damn fat, you know I'ma hug it. Lows by the truck, up the budget, cashing it in. Damn I'm a bucket. OD, you know I overdoes it. If it ain't moolah, we cannot discuss it. Her name ain't Erica, she finna bust it. She want me to touch it, I'm making her cream. Like she a Russian, she for the team. She bring her cousins, I'm bringing my brothers. Now it's the scene and we all for being. Like it or love it, I had to just dub it. Ain't no in between, no in between. She for the streets, feeling so geek. She for the streets, feeling so geek. Like it